Hello and a very warm welcome to everybody tuning in. We are live here from the Hyatt Hotel in Chennai, and this is Game 10 of the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen, the challenger, and reigning world champion Viswanathan Anand. I'm here with Tanya Sachdev once again.
Hi everyone, I think today we are going to witness either a miraculous comeback or a new world champion.
Well, it's one of the two, isn't
Yes.
it? We are literally on the brink of the chess history books being rewritten. Magnus Carlsen, the challenger, having won an incredible game yesterday, needs only a draw, and we can see here on the graphic on your screens that the current score is 6-3, and the first person to reach 6.5, Tanya, becomes world champion. And with 3 games to go,
So if Vishy wins 3 games, that's the only way the match will go into a tiebreak.
right. The bad news for Vishy fans is, of course, that he suffered 3 losses. Yesterday was an excruciating loss to witness. Having pressed really hard with white, Vishy made a horrendous mistake right at the end and gave the full point to Magnus.
He was very close yesterday.
He was very close. He had a very promising position, but unfortunately for him, the attack didn't work out, and Magnus found the winning moves. So what that means is Magnus Carlsen, with the white pieces, only needs to draw in order to become world champion. He can in fact afford 2 losses in a row and then draw the final game to become world champion.
But I think, Lawrence, if he was to do that, there would be a lot of psychological pressure on him, if he lost 2 games. And that would be a real chance for Vishy to come back then.
Right. Well, the odds are against Vishy. I don't think any of us are going to deny that. There is still a tiny bit of hope, but
An outside chance.
there's an outside chance, but it would be surprising to see anything but a Carlsen accession to the crown, if I can call it that, because, only needing a draw with white, he's huge favourite today.
In fact, yesterday at the press conference after the game, Vishy said it himself that he's going to try, but it's not looking so good for him.
Right, so the game is going to kick off in about 5 minutes' time. So we're going to, of course, see them settle in. A lot of people have been discussing, what happens to chess if Magnus were to become world champion. How much of a champion has Vishy been? What has Vishy represented for you, Tanya, being a fellow Indian?
He's huge in India. He's a real hero, a star. I think whatever chess is in India, we have to owe it to him. Whoever took on to chess from a really young age has always been inspired by Vishy at some point or the other. That said, he's obviously done his bit for the game. He's, been world champion 5 times. He's won many tournaments. He's very well loved by not just India, but the entire chess community. But I believe that even when Magnus is to become the world champion, because he's someone who breaks all stereotypes associated with the game. It's going to be huge for the game also, with a lot more sponsor interest, and probably the game is going to become a lot more mainstream.
Well, a lot of people are talking about the Carlsen effect. Sponsors are, of course, very interested in him. He represents a new generation, a new image for the game. So it's very interesting to see what will happen were he to become world champion. Of course, this is still not certain, but it would be a safe bet, let's say, to think that Magnus will become world champion. And even today, with the white pieces,
very possible that it happens today itself.
Yeah. So,
just for those who don't know that much about chess, it's when you have white, it's Magnus just needs to be very, very solid today. He's not going to take too much risk because a draw is enough for him. And with white, to steer a position that is that's solid and you don't have anything to worry about is much easier to do than with black.
Right.
Which is why Vishy had to go all out yesterday with white.
Right. So yeah, basically Magnus can choose the rhythm of the game. He can dictate what opening lines they go down.
Right.
and if he wants to make it dull and boring just to secure half the point, he pretty much knows how to do that, and that's the sort of thing I think we're going to see. So the game, of course, kicks off 3 p.m. local time, just a few minutes from now. There's a huge media presence here today, Tanya. Obviously, a lot of people are expecting there to be a new world champion, the 16th world champion. So the media and press room is going to be heaving with people. Of course, the papers are still dominated by chess, by this match, so it's been amazing for the game. And we will see, but I'd love to be really positive and say Vishy's got a fighting chance, but I just feel it. The odds are really against him.
Definitely, it's very tough for him right now. But then we have a game today, and let's see what actually happens. We've been saying this for a while, but I don't know how true it is today. But it's not over till it's over, Lawrence.
Absolutely. So, stranger things have happened, right?
Exactly.
Stranger things have happened. But I'm not sure really. Well, we'll see. Let's put it like that. We'll see. It's not over until that score sheet is signed. And now we have a close-up of, excuse me, of the playing hall. You can see there all of the journalists behind the glass. None of the players are there yet. They've still got a few minutes, of course. We have to remember that there are zero tolerance rules here. So if one of the players aren't seated at 3 o'clock on the dot, then they are forfeited, even if they've been in the hall before.
Right. And what if both of them don't come? Then I think white loses, right?
That's a very good question.
If both of them are not present at the hall at the start of the game, because the first move is for white to make, then it's a forfeit for white. We'll check on that and come back.
We'll check on that. That's not going to happen.
Yes.
And it's not going to happen because
Vishy's just walked in.
Vishy, world champion, is walked. He's sitting down. He's adjusting his pieces. Typical routine.
So many journalists and photographers.
Yeah.
This is so good for chess, and I think it's the first time that we're seeing such a big euphoria for the game.
Well, certainly first time in a long time, and this could
probably
be
since the Fischer-Spassky match.
Well, this could be the last time Vishy touches his pieces as world champion, and that's a sad thought for chess fans all over the world. He's done so much good. His style, his everything, his personality. He's such a gentleman.
I can tell you one thing, Lawrence.
Guy.
It's going to be a rough week for India with Sachin retiring and Vishy losing his crown.
And here comes the challenger, Magnus, sitting down, getting himself focused. I'm sure he's got butterflies. He knows how close he is.
Yes.
He's literally a nose hair away from winning this world championship. And he knows that if he just plays sensibly today, he should be able to hold a draw with the white pieces and be crowned the new world champion.
But Magnus is incredible like that. Even after his win yesterday, he had absolutely no change in his expression. I mean, he's just 22 and there was no sign of any excitement or over-the-top happiness or anything. And he's very controlled with his emotions like that.
Yeah, he's very mature like that, actually, yeah. I'm sure there was the odd fist pump in his room when he got back there, but in front of the cameras and in public, he's still... He's a pro, he's been up there for many years. He's learned how to handle himself, the right way to behave, and he's done that. And here we are. The game has started, and Magnus has opened, I believe, with pawn to e4, and Vishy
has gone for the Sicilian.
He's gone for the Sicilian. So that's Vishy at least indicating that he
wants to fight.
He wants a fight. And knight f3, d6. And are we going to see bishop to b5 check here?
Very big possibility. And we are.
And we are. Okay. This would have been expected by Vishy 100%. there were probably a few reasons why Vishy didn't play this earlier in the tournament, and that's because this is a really safe way for white to play against the Sicilian. The bishop b5 check Sicilian, I've played it myself. I still continue to play it myself as one of my main openings. And knight d7 d4. Well, this is also all very well known stuff. They in fact had a game in this exact variation earlier this year. Same colours.
It was played in 2013 in May at the Tal Memorial.
Right. And that game, I believe, went a6, so we're replicating that game.
I'm sorry, it wasn't the Tal Memorial, it was the Supreme Masters in Norway.
It was the Norway Open, right.
Right.
And Magnus blundered what was a very promising position in that.
And they drew in the end.
And this is the position we've got on the board. So this is exactly the same game they played a few months ago.
They're playing the first couple of moves really fast because both of them are prepared
now,
with this.
I just want to let you know there is a potential repetition opportunity in just a couple of moves in this line. And the way it goes is the following. After bishop d7, c4, e5, black can kick the queen away. Queen d3, b5. White can now play knight c3. So this hasn't happened, but I'll just show you because after b takes c4, get that on the board. Queen d3, b5, knight c3, bc4, queen c4, bishop e6, queen c6, bishop d7, queen c4 is one of the known repetitions.
Right.
Would have led to a quick draw, but much to the delight of the Indian fans, Vishy has actually played the move
knight
f6 in this position.
In fact, in the earlier game, which we were just talking about, Vishy had gone e5.
Yeah, exactly. But I think in that game, Vishy didn't allow the repetition, but Magnus got a very, very good position out of the opening. But in this game, knight f6 is slightly different. The reason why players play e5 in this position, although it gives black a backward pawn, is because actually black is often worried about white playing e5.
Right.
And also, if you don't play e5, white can just develop very naturally. And the queen is quite well placed because it can't be harassed by a knight.
Very good control of the center.
Yeah. So knight f6 might have come as a mild surprise to Magnus, actually. But I think he should have really looked at this before the game because he knew that Vishy was going to have to play for a win. And Vishy isn't going to play anything but a Sicilian.
And bishop b5 is a very solid line against the Sicilian, the third move, bishop b5. It avoids all kinds of complications that can arise with Najdorf and other complicated lines of Sicilian. So bishop b5 is, if you play it, it means that you're okay with a solid draw position.
Well, it's not a draw.
Yeah, it's not a draw, but like white doesn't get so much out of the opening.
It's for me, out of all of the anti-Sicilians, i.e., for all of you who haven't heard this word, an anti-Sicilian is a Sicilian opening which isn't a main line. It's, for me, certainly up there with the best. It's solid.
It's very solid, for sure. And
you can get small, niggly advantages, and this is why Magnus plays it. He's managed to set up in the middle these two pawns, which are called the Maroczy bind pawns, or structure, against the Sicilian, where these pawns stop black trying to break in the center with his natural d5. It also restricts any queenside expansion, and you gain a lot of space. And these positions are so pleasant to play. I can tell you, having played a lot of these positions myself, that it's really nice to play with white. It might not be much because black is solid. You're not posing huge problems, but long term you can build a really nice solid position, and it suits Magnus's style.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say next. That the reason why Magnus likes this is because he avoids all long theory, all long variations, and it's just a simple position that you can continue playing for a long time. And it's not much for white, but it's out of theory.
Right. So let me put a question to you, Tanya. What if white were to play e5 here? Because knight f6 is a slightly rare move. Another, by the way,
I'm just going to check my database for
Okay.
knight f6.
the other main move in this position is to play rook c8 immediately instead of e5. But knight f6, I'm wondering if you can play e5, but can black just take, and something like this is of course just going to be equal, so it's nothing, but it's just a way for white to get some more pieces off the board. So e5, or you can just continue with knight c3.
Knight c3 looks quite
Of
normal
course.
as well.
And actually we can transpose into similar lines. In fact, Vichy suffered another very bad loss in this particular variation against Sergei Tiviakov, the strong, now Dutch grandmaster, who beat him in the Bundesliga. I think it was in 2012. And that was a really bad loss for Vichy, actually. So he hasn't had the best of experiences with black in this variation. But Magnus has, after knight f6,
It's gone for bishop g5.
he's played bishop to g5, which is, well, knight c3 certainly felt more natural, but there's a reason why he played bishop g5, and it's because of the variation I mentioned before. If you go knight c3 first,
Black goes h6.
black plays h6 and stops bishop g5.
Right.
And the point is that white wants to play bishop g5 to exchange the bishop for the knight.
Because the d5 square is very, very important.
Right, and white just gets a grip on the d5 square.
And the black bishop, the dark squared bishop, is just a bad bishop throughout the game.
Right, exactly.
So actually, I'm looking the database right now, and knight f6 has been played by some strong grandmasters as well. And bishop g5 is also played.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still in some kind of a theory, which is not quite the main line, but it's been played before.
Well, I think here actually, after e6, knight c3, which is now on the board, bishop e7, we've actually transposed to one of the other main lines, beginning perhaps with e6
Right.
instead of knight f6. So, we could get something identical via this transposition. And, we're going to get a game where I can imagine both sides are going to castle. White's going to put his rooks
To
on
d1,
d1,
e1 maybe, or even c1.
d1 and c1. He's going to look at this pawn, and he's just going to say, okay, well.
So
And in
Magnus
fact,
did go castle.
he castled, and I imagine Vichy will castle as well here. The reason why this d6, e6 setup isn't as popular as playing e5 is because the queen does sit so nicely
Yes.
on d4, controls a lot of squares, and attacks a lot of black's camp as well.
The rooks are already connected.
Right. So castles, we can imagine castles, and here a move like rook fd1. And in fact, Magnus has got numerous ways of liquidizing the position with e5.
I think black wants to play b5 at some point and try to break this, because otherwise he's just quite passive.
Yeah, so if black manages to play b5, let's say in this position,
Yes.
you've also got to be a bit worried
Right.
with bishop takes f6 in some lines.
Yes, and followed by e5. Maybe you can show this variation.
Bishop f6 and e5, right. And this bishop is unprotected, and this is very uncomfortable.
Which is why Vichy first went bishop c6,
Aha.
moving
Okay.
away from this idea of e5 at all points.
So bishop c6 has been played by Vichy. And now you might want to put a rook on e1 because this pawn can be a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, I think rook e1, rook d1 is another way to put your rooks, or you can put them rook d1, rook c1, but like you said, e4 pawn, you want to defend it a bit more.
Well, after rook fe1, white may already have the standard threat of knight to d5.
Black will probably go short castle here.
Yeah, right. So after rook fe1, we can expect that. A move like queen c7 would be
Right.
slightly dubious because white has got a thematic piece sacrifice.
And the point is, if you go bishop d7, white can also just take on f6 already. And queen f6.
Right. And with everything hanging, this is game over. So rook fe1 would be answered by castles, by Anand. And then if rook ad1, I expect queen c7. And it's now up to Magnus to decide how to configure his position.
He could take bishop f6. The d6 pawn is hanging, but black would always have... I mean, black would probably not be so bad because you can also... Yes, queen d6, queen d6. But if you want to equalize and...
Yeah, I mean, black can play this position, no problem. But it's... And for sure, it's lots of compensation. But I'm not sure Vishy wants to exchange so many pieces if he needs a win.
But it's not up to him, right? If white was to go for this variation.
Well...
Yeah, but even Magnus has other ways to play this position because he's developed all his pieces. So we do have a move, in fact.
And he's played what might be renamed the Carlsen move. Queen d3. He has played this move so much and with so much success. I can recall... let's just go back to the position. So we went castles, bishop c6, and queen d3 straight away. The idea behind this move is to allow the knight to attack the bishop.
Right.
With knight d4. And that's actually irritating for black, because if you exchange this knight for this bishop, suddenly the position loses a bit of its life.
Also, sometimes the queen can transfer to the king side to create some threats.
Right. Well...
So Vishy went castle?
Vishy castled, so they're playing very quickly. And now... Magnus is having to think. But this queen d3 move, I can tell you, Tanya, he played it already in this match. Do you remember in, I believe it was game 5, the first white game he won? He played it against Gelfand in another anti-Sicilian variation. It was against a Rossolimo. And he's playing it again. He's quite fond of putting his queen on d3.
So he did go knight d4?
He played knight d4. And now Vishy... Of course, he can move his bishop again. But no, he plays rook c8. And Vishy's playing very quickly. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means he's still in book or whether...
But also, these are typical developing moves for these structures.
Yeah, but I mean, for example, in this position already, you have to make a... This is a big decision. Do you want to keep that bishop?
But then that would mean that you would want to go back bishop d7 or bishop e8, and that's...
Yeah, it's passive. Yeah.
That just feels...
It feels wrong, right? But... Okay, so he's played rook c8. And, you know, Magnus here... Well, he can certainly think about taking this off.
Right.
He also has made way for the f-pawn to get involved. But...
At some point.
Yeah, maybe not immediately. Ideas like f4 aren't out of this world.
Yes, of course. He's gone b3.
But he's played even more solidly and played b3.
Probably a point could be that after f4 moves like queen b6.
It's a bit loose.
And b3 is just a solid move to defend the c4 pawn. You're going to need it anyway at some point during the game, so he made it now.
Right. So b3 played by Carlsen, both playing very quickly. We're already on move 13. b3 is a very standard move, protecting c4, improving the queenside pawn structure. And now it's up to Vishy to decide how he's going to generate some action, some play. The thing that comes to mind is, can he do something with his queen? Does a move like queen a5 make sense? Attacking this bishop. For me, that makes a lot of sense, that move. And also you help in some positions to prepare b5. Perhaps not straight away, but this is one key break that black has. And also you clear the way for this rook to come to d8 and prepare your other standard break.
Right.
In fact, what black would love to do is actually play rook fd8 and then be able to retreat the bishop, maintain the bishop pair, and then suddenly everything is lined up on this d file. But he didn't play queen a5. He moved the queen to another very standard square, queen to c7. And now Magnus, he can set up with f3. He can
c1.
Rook c1 are two moves that come to mind. Rook c1
Even
feels
rook
very...
d1, yes.
Well, rook c1 might actually introduce the threat of knight to d5 again.
A very typical idea.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit surprised by queen c7.
He can probably go queen b8, and that's also a square for the queen in these kind of lines where, you know, for a while it's placed there.
But I have to say, it feels a bit odd here. In other hedgehog structures, I would agree. But you can just take that off and you can say, well, the queen's made two moves. But
the point is to play rook d8 next and bishop e8, and ideally you want to get b5 at some point, but it's not easy to do that.
No.
And more than that, Magnus just took on c6 already.
Yeah, so Magnus, without much thought, just whipped that bishop off. And now Vishy, he's got a choice. Does he take with the pawn? Or does he take... I'm pretty sure he's going to take with the queen, of course.
You know, maybe the point was that if white did go rook c1, black could have also gone back with bishop d7. You know, and just kept pieces anyway on the board. So Magnus thought it was time to take here already. And now if you play rook fd1 with the idea of trying to do something on the d file, black plays rook d8 and everything has come together for black.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a couple of moves on the board.
Yep, so he took and now he played rook c1. So they're blitzing out the moves, literally not spending any time at all. And, you know, how to assess this position? Well, it's exactly the sort of position that Magnus wanted to get.
Right.
It's solid, there's not much going on. Black is absolutely fine, but you can't see a clear attack for him. Already we've exchanged a number of pieces. And this is why, you know, it's so hard to win with black.
Yeah. The more number of pieces that get off the board, the more difficult it is for black to create some ideas.
Right, and white's solid. He's got everything protected. If black kicks the bishop away with h6, you can just come back, maintain this pin. And white has got all of these improving moves, a rook to come into the game.
He can also play f3 at some point to defend
F3.
the e4 pawn.
And you have to ask, where is black's counterplay coming
Very
from?
difficult.
So Vishy...
But that doesn't mean that black is worse at all. But
Right.
it's just that it's very... if you're fighting to win this sort of a position, it's hard to find ideas that can help you.
You know, it's very tough,
It
especially
is.
when you know Magnus
Chess is
plays
tough.
this line. You've seen him play this line on numerous occasions. You know he's going to play it against you. You try and find something, but in the end, white can always just steer the game to a position like this. And it's really tough. Remember, everybody at home, remember to get in touch with us. Use Twitter. Please, if you can. That's the medium we've been most successful with. You can send us your comments to hashtag Anand Carlsen, hashtag FWCM2013. We'll put the best tweets up on the screen. It can be about the match or anything surrounding and chess in general, so please don't hesitate to talk about that. What do you think will happen if Magnus becomes world champion? Do you think Vishy can make a comeback? Do you think... you know,
A lot of people have been asking what happened. So Vishy then gets a direct entry into the candidates tournament, and he must win it then to challenge the world champion.
right. And Vishy did in fact play h6 as expected, and I expect Magnus just to drop the bishop back to h4. Doesn't feel like there's another.
Yeah, bishop
Decent
h4
square.
makes sense.
Well,
But he's gone bishop e3.
he's moved the bishop to another diagonal. So was there a technical... I don't see a tactical issue with bishop h4, but he's just played bishop e3. So, I mean, ideally, I would have already liked my pawn on h3 to stop knight g4. So,
Right.
can black just play knight g4 here?
Probably he'll go bishop d4 now. The idea is to provoke you to play e5. So if black does play e5 here, white just comes back bishop e3, and now the d5 square is very weak. And that was the whole point of provoking you to play e5.
Right.
So in fact, knight g4 doesn't really help black much, because after bishop d4, I'll play h3 anyway. You could go knight e5.
Yeah, but then I suppose you just swing Her Royal Majesty over to g3, and suddenly there's
Yes.
threats.
And this bishop diagonal is pretty good from a1 to h8. And now you see that even the move b3, you know, it's helped white.
Okay, so bishop e3 makes a lot of sense. And the other problem Vishy's got in this position is, even if he does manage to get his break in, for example, if he plays rook fd8, and you know, let's just say, for example, white were to play h3 now. Even if he plays d5, the problem is white can just take everything off like this, and
No, this would be bad.
this would be
Just queen d5?
well, the queen's under attack.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say is, even if you can this doesn't quite work. But
Yeah,
even
because
if you
everything gets exchanged.
everything gets exchanged, and you're left with a symmetrical pawn structure, and you're even closer to a draw.
Right.
We have a question. Vampir Kamel. Vampir Kamel?
I'm not sure.
Is that an Indian name?
I'm not sure about that, actually.
Question for both commentators. Do players on a World Championship never talk while playing?
They do if they want to offer a draw at some point, but that's the only conversation they ever have. But otherwise, no.
No, you're not really allowed to talk to your opponent in chess.
Yes.
It's seen as a distraction. But that would maybe spice things up a little bit. A bit of trash talking, a bit of trash talking over the game. What do you think, Tanya?
Yeah, but I think it's right to not have that rule in place. It's a bit of a serious game.
It's a serious game. You know, this isn't poker, guys. This is a real, this is a serious game. You got to concentrate and...
But they can offer draws, but that's about it.
yeah, you can offer a draw. And, of course, they talk after the game.
Analyze.
They analyse the game. They talk at the press conferences. And Magnus looks so... Doesn't he look...
Is that a smile on his
He's smiling.
face?
I haven't seen him smile so far.
I haven't
Maybe
seen him
he's
smile full
thinking-
stop.
Maybe he's thinking... I don't know what he's thinking about. He's obviously very happy about something. Is he getting a bit... Well, that smile would be wiped off his face if he lost. That's for sure. But what's he thinking? He's looking aside. Is he thinking about...
I remember reading this interview of Magnus where he said he almost enjoyed watching his opponent suffer.
That's very Fisher-esque, actually.
Yes, actually. It's true.
I remember this interview Fisher did. I think it was posted a while ago. Was it Dick Cavett? Is that his name? The famous... he said, what is it you like most about chess? And he says, seeing how you crush your opponent's soul and ego. Something along those lines. So watching their ego get crushed. And that's sort of... But Magnus isn't quite like that.
Yeah. He's probably just found a really interesting idea.
And now Vishy, well, he's obviously got some work to do. The problem is, how do you make anything of this? What about knight d7? Let's play another way.
So I think just a simple move like rook fd1.
And you want to go here, right?
Yeah. In fact, Lawrence, you'll be very happy and pleased with yourself because
Not
Vishy
really.
did
It was
go knight
a
d7.
pretty standard move here. I mean, you've got to play something. Rook fd8, excuse me, doesn't quite work. So what else do you do? Knight d7 is the only other real way forward. And you're right, he might play rook fd1.
Or even f3 is possible here. Because rook fd1, I was thinking knight c5.
Yeah.
And e4 is hanging, so you have to be a little careful. And then bishop f6 if you went queen c2, or yeah, but it's fine. And you can play f3 now.
Yeah, I don't like that though, I have to say. I don't like rook fd1.
So
I just like playing f3 straight away.
Yeah, I like f3 as it's a move like b3, you know, you require it to support your pawns and you haven't made any weakness.
And actually this is the optimal Maroczy structure.
Right.
So you have both of these pawns that you put out in the middle protected, and these pawn chains are very good.
Also, you have a dark squared bishop, so you place all your pawns on light squares.
Right. So here after knight c5, in fact, you can play. I prefer queen d2 here because I just keep more control of the dark squares, and you know.
Followed by rook fd1, and you know you can also transfer this knight of c3 sometimes from knight e2, knight d4.
Yep, that's an idea. You can even try a repetition via, you know, something like this. I'm sure Magnus would try out. There's a lot of things. No, I'm confident that he'll play f3 here. It's the most logical move. There's no break immediately.
He will have to play f3 sooner or later.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to play it here. And slight space advantage, but black is okay. And no.
Bishop d4.
Clearly, we have got no idea what's going on. Only joking. We do. But we're not... Bishop d4 was...
I mean, we were thinking about this move if black did go knight g4. And it also makes sense because, like we said, e5 would create a lot of weakness in black's camp. And white has threats of maybe queen g3 and putting pressure on g7, if not e5.
And also, after knight c5, now you've cleared the way for the queen to...
But e5?
And now that might run into...
Knight d5. But I can just go bishop d8. And you can take bishop c5 now. So this is always very good for white because of the knight versus bishop positions.
Right, so that's the point. So queen g3, I'm threatening mate. And, you know, you could play f6 here, maybe, but it's all looks a bit funny. And if you go e5, I've got this intermezzo, and the point is you can't take because I play check, and I win your queen. And after e5, knight d5, problem, as you said, Tanya, is that if we were to get a position like this, this knight dominates this bishop.
Right, and... I mean, white cannot lose this position because of this knight.
The light square control as well.
Yes.
So, bishop d4 by Magnus. And similarly, if black plays knight e5, we transpose to the previous variation with queen g3. So, pretty level, I would say. Rook fd8 would certainly be an option here, just to get another piece into the game.
But white can anyway continue with queen g3.
Yeah. And then I was wondering if we
Bishop
can just
f8.
if we can just drop the bishop back to f8 and defend like so. And well, nothing much going on here for black, but nothing much going on for white at the moment.
You're playing like Vishy today. He did go rook fd8.
Well, again, it's not such a stellar move. It's just you're getting your final piece into the game. So what else? A quick glance there from Vishy.
Yeah, the idea is that if queen g3, you have this bishop f8 defense, not weakening anything.
Okay. So it's now on Carlsen. You could expect a move, I think, a rook move.
To d1?
To e1 even might be interesting. I'm not sure about a move like f4. Though that may be possible. May be possible, but that's the move I think Vishy wants Magnus to play, basically.
So we have a tweet from Dhyani, and she wants to know if Anand can ask for a rematch after 6 months. Guess those were the old rules. I do not know the new ones.
Well, he can ask for one. Whether he'll get it or not is an entirely
different
question.
question.
No, he can't.
Yeah.
The rules are that
you play the candidates, you win it, and then you earn the right to challenge the world champion.
exactly.
That's how Magnus got here as well.
Right. Precisely.
So Magnus went h3 in this position.
Okay, so just another waiting move. Well,
So black could play knight c5 here.
and then I expect queen to e3.
There's also an interesting
Or queen.
line with queen g3, yeah? I mean, interesting. It's a possibility to go queen g3 anyway.
Bishop f8.
Yeah,
And then?
I'm thinking.
Okay. No,
Yeah, because now, for example, if white went rook fe1, you have a trick with e5 maybe. And knight d3. I'm still not sure if it works because I've got bishop g5. Is bishop g5 possible? Yeah, but it's not required.
no.
I mean, black can take on c1 and then take either b3 or a2 and he's fine.
We won't see this.
No.
Knight c5, I think queen e3.
Queen e3.
Feels like the best.
But e5?
Yeah,
You
but
want to take
you
on
just
c5. Yeah, this is our idea. But you have to be careful of bishop g5, Lawrence. For example, queen e3, I go what?
Well, you can play bishop g5.
f4.
But I'm going to play f4.
e5, and then you take fg5. So that's not very good for me.
No.
But I want to play e5 first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and bishop c5, and now I was thinking if I can put in bishop g5.
Wow. Bishop g5, just like that. Are things really that simple? That's an interesting little intermezzo. So, queen e3, e5 might be bad news, huh?
Do you have knight d5 here?
Of course you have knight d5 straight away.
And the point is, if bishop g5, you just take queen g5, right?
Right, that's the... Yeah, knight d5 straight away, of course, is the
And
right way. So
maybe
knight...
we can just complete that
Yeah,
line.
bishop g5, and the point is you can take
h5.
and then win the queen back,
And even take bishop c5
and it's all coming off
right. So
with what looks like equality.
Vishy did not go for knight c5. He went for queen c7. And it's a nice move. The idea is to move away from all these threats of knight d5 and knight e7 check at any point.
So we're on move 18 already. Magnus has used about 15 minutes. Vishy just under 20 minutes. Magnus is now returning to his seat. And queen c7 just played, so Magnus might have a little think now because h3 was slightly surprising to me. I have to say, wasn't quite sure about the point behind h3. But okay, he's just going to play natural moves.
FD1.
Rook fd1. Yeah, he's not trying too hard to win this, basically.
Yeah, he just wants to play very solid, not making any weaknesses, but
Yeah,
just continuing.
And it's very difficult to drum up any play here with black. It really is. I don't think Vishy's going to offer a draw anytime soon, that's for sure. The problem I have with black's position is just that I can't get in my pawn break.
Yeah.
And if I can't get in my pawn break, then where is my play? Yeah, I can try for tricks with bishop g5, but they're never going to work, really.
Yeah, white can always play bishop e3 for bishop g5, and if you play knight e5, I just play queen e2.
Yeah. And, you know, that's the problem with needing 3 wins and 2 blacks.
So he went queen a5 now.
Okay. At least trying to get the queen active somehow. Now, do you like the move queen to d2, Tanya?
I see what your idea is. So the point is if black played something unassuming.
b5, for example.
Yeah, white has a very pretty trick with knight d5. So queen d2 and knight e7. Black can still go king f8. But now I think taking on bishop g7 would be a mistake here. Yeah, so you just play and white takes on g7 now.
And that would be good for white. So this move here to threaten knight d5 is quite standard.
But black probably will not fall for this. After queen d2, he can also play a move like bishop f8.
Exactly.
Or maybe he wants to transfer the queen to h5. Not sure what it's doing there. Because you need more than a queen to do a checkmate.
Well, I don't think he's going to be putting his queen on
Yeah,
h5.
queen d2, bishop f8 seems about normal.
No, queen a5 is just improving the scope of the queen.
Also taking it away from the c file because white has a rook on c1. So queen a5 is a normal move, yeah?
Yeah. I'd say so. And now
So
Magnus,
yeah.
he's got to actually play a move now. A decent move. I feel like he's... Well...
A move like queen g3, black still has got bishop f8.
Yeah, queen g3 certainly feels like a decent move to me.
So now black can also play queen g5, but I'm not sure if Vishy would ideally want to exchange the queens off right now.
No.
So a move like bishop f8 probably.
No, this would reduce his chances even more.
But just a second, Lawrence, if you take queen g5, bishop g5, the point is that rook b1. Yeah, rook b1 for example. I'm thinking if I can go b5 in that position. It's an interesting line. I mean, the queens are off, but we still have some pieces left.
Right. Actually, this is slightly annoying, isn't it?
So the idea is that if white takes cb5, yes, black goes e5. And you lose the c3 knight.
So why did I play rook b1 and not rook c2?
Yeah, rook c2, and now I'm wondering if I can anyway go b5. And e5. So I probably can take on e3. Not sure about taking, but okay, a b5 now. Yeah, because you can't take rook d6 because of the threat of b4. So how is this? Probably not so brilliant.
Probably not so much, no.
Yeah.
Oh, I think queen g3 is a good suggestion in general. Because even if bishop f8 is played just to keep some play in the position, Magnus can even start thinking about targeting this pawn in some lines.
But then you'll have to move your bishop and you lose your threat of g7.
Well, I can play bishop e3.
Yeah, but you're not threatening Yeah, you're threatening the 8-6 now, yeah. So if I was to move with my king, you can also go bishop f4 here, in fact, provoking e5.
Well, I think you would play knight e5.
Yeah.
Um,
e5 in all these positions is very bad for black because you just gave up the d5 outpost.
right. So, queen g3, bishop f8, and maybe here Magnus would... He's got to be a bit careful. He
Who
can't get
does?
his smile has gone. And it's not clear how you improve your position with white. It's not so easy because now b5 is coming quite quick. And that's annoying. So, queen a5. I feel like black is doing quite nicely here. I don't think it's better by any stretch of the imagination, but it's definitely no worse than equal. And Magnus can't afford to get too lazy. The last thing he needs to do is lose this game.
You know that line we were looking at earlier with queen g3? Let's just have a look at it again because it seemed quite interesting. So if white went queen g3, bishop f8. Not sure about queen g5 also, but okay, bishop f8, bishop e3. And now you're threatening 8-6, so Dhyani has another question.
Same question.
Oh, right, sorry about that. So if black goes just king h8, getting or 8-7, moving away from the pin, and bishop f4, knight e5. Now I'm just wondering if white can continue with the idea of doubling on the d file. For example, if I went, but I have to be careful because you could threaten b5. For example, rook d2, and black has b5 here. Yeah, you can just play b5. It looks okay for black.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this bishop.
Yeah, transfer to f4.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have another tweet this time.
If Magnus wins or draws this game, it will be all over, or they have to play the 2 remaining games. No, it is all over. If Magnus wins or draws this game, he becomes world champion and doesn't have to play another game of chess this tournament.
Probably for a while.
Yeah, he's not playing. I don't know when his next tournament is actually.
I know that Vishy is going to play the London Chess Classic right after.
Right.
So
Yes.
for all of you who are wondering what's Vishy's plan of action, he's getting right back at it, in fact.
The London Chess Classic this year is a rapid tournament. I'll be there commentating as well. LondonChessClassic.com. Vishy will be there. Please tune into that. It's going to be fast and furious stuff. It's going to be really good fun. So it's nicely Vishy. Magnus, however, who's a usual player at the London Chess Classic, is not playing this year. He decided before the World Championship, win or lose, I'm going to have a break. So Magnus, I think his next one will be next year. And again, I'm not quite sure where that will be. One thing's for sure, if he is world champion, that's a nice feeling going to your tournament.
You want to enjoy it for a while.
Yeah. All right, so Magnus is having a think now, and rightly so, because his position isn't actually so amazing here. There is another idea. Tanya.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how good it is. It may be. Let me try my queen d2 again, and you want to go bishop f8. And now what if I want to swap queens off with knight a4?
Queen d2.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking if I can go b5 now.
Yeah.
Must take. Knight b6. And rook e8.
but this is exactly
Yeah.
the sort of thing Magnus would love.
Right.
Get all the pieces off. And all of these endings are going to be just...
Absolutely fine for white, maybe even slightly
Yeah.
better because of black's dark squared bishop. So let's go back a couple of moves. Knight a4 here.
So bishop f8, knight a... Just an idea. Could be complete nonsense, but looks semi-sensible for the moment.
Okay, so queen d2, rook d2. Do I have d5 here?
Similar sort of thing. I think I'm going to play... I might exchange a pair of pawns.
ed5. You also have a move like c5 instead of knight b6 and...
Yeah.
But
No, this could also be a very
yeah,
good
because
move.
the pawn on d5 doesn't look so good.
But I'm wondering...
If b5, just knight c3. Oh no, then you have
No.
knight c5. So
Yeah.
b5 might be possible here.
Yeah, b5 might be annoying.
You can play knight b2 and it's still probably good for white because of the d5 pawn.
But we win a pawn with black.
Oh yeah, you're just... no, are you winning at rook c2 now?
Everything comes... Does that lose?
Because yeah, because there's a check in the end, yeah.
So you can't take with the bishop. You can only take with... Can you take with anything? Wow. Okay, interesting. But these sorts of lines, yeah, the reason why I'm thinking about this is because there's so many liquidation opportunities. I mean, even here after d5, I was just thinking about my...
ed5 does make sense. Yeah, but after c5 it looks quite
I
okay
mean, you can
for
even
white.
play this move.
What about even... yeah.
And the point is, if you go here, I've got bishop b6.
Right.
And...
Bishop b6, do I have knight b6? No, I do not.
No, because I can just
Yeah.
take.
Yeah, right.
And despite this c-pawn, white's coming along.
So in fact he did go queen d2 with the idea of knight d5.
Or knight a4.
Or knight a4, yeah.
Right. Another move is to play king f8 as well. Not just bishop f8, but king f8. Because the king's a bit closer to the action, a bit closer in an end game as well. So this might even be more accurate. And also your bishop still covers d8, which is important in a lot of these lines we just looked at. So knight a4. Takes. But we've also
Bishop
got to be
G5?
careful. And bishop g5 is now an option as well. Exactly. So I actually prefer king f8 much more to
So
bishop
king
f8.
f8 here.
So what happens after king f8? Question. Okay. Well, we'll have a look at that in a short while. But Curvy Chow,
Has a very interesting question.
do you think more females will take up chess if Carlsen wins? The Justin Bieber of the chess world. Now, I must admit,
He's more of a Matt Damon.
I'm not sure he'd quite like being called the Justin Bieber of the chess world, because there's a massive difference between Carlsen with loads of talent and natural skill and Justin Bieber who's got none of the above. So apologies to all of you Justin Bieber fans out there. I don't think he's the Justin Bieber of chess, you know. I think Magnus is, you know, the Mozart of chess. I like, because Mozart was a genius, right? And so is Magnus, whereas Justin Bieber, well, I don't think the word genius quite comes to mind.
I see you're a hater.
So will it make more females take up chess? I hope so.
I think it will generally make a lot of young kids get into chess, and boys and girls and all of them, because he's 22 and just seeing him right at the top is going to inspire a whole new generation.
Right. I absolutely couldn't agree more. I think we're going to see more males, females, mums, dads, daughters, brothers,
Justin Bieber himself.
even Justin Bieber. That is, of course, if he's not watching this transmission. Yeah, he's going to be great for the game, I think. If Carlsen wins the match. He's played queen d2. I like king f8. And what do you do here with white? See, the one problem with these positions is sometimes you get all your pieces in their optimal positions, their optimal squares, and then suddenly you need to improve your position a bit more.
Right.
And that's where it gets tricky.
I'm just wondering about ideas like bishop e3. And it's a bit far-fetched, but, just sometimes eyeing the h6 pawn.
Well,
I mean, just a small line would be if black plays some move like, yeah, b5 actually does look good. Yeah, bishop h6 doesn't work right now because g8-6, queen h6. And the point is king g8 is probably not that great because of rook d3. But you could have king e8
I mean,
here.
even that might not be so great. I mean, even
How
that...
are you defending? And you just play... Yeah, but I've got this h4, h5. No, but... What? Okay,
I'm quite quick on the queen side, and I got bishop f8s. And
Okay, if I go h4 here. You've got
wow.
knight g6, yeah?
You really want to slaughter me,
Not
huh?
sure, I'll go h5 actually.
You really want to slaughter me. So knight g6, h5,
H5.
and if I take on c4...
I want to take on g6 first, just to level the pieces. The point is you can't take on d3 because it's checkmate.
And you're going to check... You basically just want to kill me, don't you?
All the time.
So you... But of course, the king g8 I did say was just...
Yeah, of course, he
may
has
have been
king
possible.
e8.
He has... The problem is he has king
E8, yeah, so...
obviously. So if we rewind...
Yeah,
in
the
this-
sacrifice probably doesn't work.
No. And plus, Magnus match situation...
He doesn't want to go for unnecessary
And king e8
complications.
is just...
It's fine, yeah, I agree with king e8.
But it's a nice idea. He might actually just play bishop e3 because I think the bishop might be slightly better placed on e3 now. It's one of those positions where, white is really looking just to get some pieces off. So I think we can expect king f8. Okay, question Mohan Turaga. Will champion privileges be abolished after Magnus becomes world champion? I thought they already had been abolished. Basically, the old world championship cycle, the way it worked was that if it ended in a draw, it was the world champion who continued to stay world champion. So, for example, a number of I remember Kramnik-Leko, where
The match ended in a draw.
but Kramnik was champion.
Retained his title.
Right. And that was abolished. So now if it's 6-all, which it still theoretically can be, of course, if Vishy wins 3 games in a row, well, he will play for a playoff, as will Magnus. So there will be a playoff, and it will be decided on purely chess terms. And it's actually an important point because this privileges for the world had been around for so long. And it was about time that an equal score didn't mean that the world champion remained world champion, that there was a decisive result. Anyway, I'm guessing most of Vishy's moves today, which might be a good sign. He played king f8. And now Magnus actually has to find a good move. I'm wondering... I know it looks... No, I'm just going to not even suggest it. You can't play knight a4 now, the point. Because...
Queen d2.
This is just...
And bishop g5. You've got bishop e3, but it's not great because you just ruin your structure and...
And this is...
Yeah, I mean, immediately it looks...
And the king is so nicely
placed
to come to e7.
That's true.
So, I expect a move like bishop e3.
Also with the idea of maybe knight a4 at some point. After bishop e3.
Bishop e3 just gives extra protection.
I'm just looking at this line of b5. It looks quite interesting. So if I take cb5, ab5.
And now knight e2. And I'm saying, Tanya, let's exchange queens.
Yeah.
Of course, this is no problem at all for black, but
Yeah, I could go queen d2 now, yeah. Bishop d2. And knight c5.
okay.
F3.
Well, hold on. I might play something even sneakier. I might not want to play f3 here.
Mm-hmm.
I might play bishop a5, rook e8, only move. And now I might play something like knight to d4.
Yeah, but I have rook a8, right?
And is it getting a bit murky? I don't think so. b4. And the point is, we can get all kinds of liquidations
Yeah.
to endgames which are inevitably going to be
This
equal.
would probably, after rook c7, even have a bit of... Because rook c7 you can't challenge with rook e7. But it's probably... king g8, rook f8 is enough,
it's
yeah.
enough. There's not. But these are the sorts of lines. So I actually expect... Oh, but he's not played bishop e3. He's played queen to b2.
So he's eyeing the g7 pawn instead.
Setting up a discovered potential attack, anyway, against g7. Interesting. So let's say black were to continue with b5.
Oh, this could be dangerous. If I take bishop... Can I take?
I think you might be able to take.
But how? Because bishop g7,
And then
king
you've got
g7,
bishop f6.
yeah, knight d5, you've got bishop f6 still. We could see that line. It's
So bishop takes g7 check. Knight d5 discovered check. Well, knight f6 might be okay, but
knight e7.
why are we doing this? Why aren't we playing bishop f6?
Yeah, bishop f6 is correct. So if
we take, and now
right.
bring our rook up to d3, but now you can block with e5.
But yes, and the attack doesn't work.
But suddenly, you know, if the rooks were already on d3 here, bishop takes g7 would probably work.
Yeah.
So maybe Carlsen's thinking, okay, time to swing our rook over and checkmate the guy. Very quickly before we have a change in commentary team, which will be happening any moment, the Grandmasters Polgar and Ramesh will be coming. A tweet from Nan Turing. Anand's knight is looking straight forward. Carlsen's knight seems to be looking at where it's going. Psychology. So he's talking about how the pieces are... It's nothing to do with psychology. It's just preference. I like my knights not
Facing
forward.
sideways.
Yeah, facing sideways. I feel like I can easily pick them up. Some people pick them up like that. Some people picking up like that. There's no real difference. But it's not really a psychology thing. Anyway, we're going to have that change in commentary team now.
Hopefully see you in an hour.
Yep. And we've got quite an interesting position. So here are Grandmasters Ramesh and Polgar to take you through the rest of the action.
And welcome everyone. This is Susan Polgar with Grandmaster Ramesh.
Hello everyone.
We are back in commenting on the ongoing game 10 of the World Chess Championship between the defending champion Indian Viswanathan Anand versus the Norwegian challenger Magnus Carlsen. And we can see them right now contemplating. It is Anand's move. Anand has the black pieces while Magnus Carlsen has the white. He just moved his queen to b2, which is a tricky move.
Yeah.
with ideas of discovery combinations. I think Lawrence and Tanya has just shown some of those possibilities connected with a bishop sacrifice on g7 and then a knight jump discovering the check with the queen. So that's what we're looking at right now. Of course, this is a crucial game. It may or may not be the very last game of the match. Magnus Carlsen only needs not to lose.
Yes.
A draw or a win would guarantee him to clinch the so coveted title, the world champion title. And of course, that means that Anand needs to win at all costs. Not only that he needs to win this game, but the remaining 2 games he would need to win as well to stay alive and then go into the playoffs in case he would manage to win all 3 games and score 6-6. But in the meantime, after 9 games, the score is 6-3 at a match of best of 12. So therefore, it's an extremely hard situation that Anand is in right now. Given the position, what do you think? Does he have any chances?
It looks very difficult to play for win with the black pieces. Probably if black can get the pawn break with b5, maybe that can bring some dynamism into the game, because right now the position looks very static and white doesn't have any clear weaknesses to attack. Maybe in some rare cases if black can get the pawn break d5 and bishop a3, something like that, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
It's interesting that these type of positions are called a hedgehog.
Hedgehog, yes.
Because black is actually extremely solid, but can kind of kick, or be dangerous if indeed black manages to get one of those
and the white pawns on e4 and c4, it's Maroczy bind, right?
Yes, it's considered after the famous Hungarian Grandmaster Maroczy, the Maroczy bind, meaning that white very much controls the center and kind of prevents counterplay for black. So the question is if
black can get a pawn
if black
break.
can get the pawn break or if white will just sit and wait. Usually it's extremely hard to do anything with black if white just sits and wait. If white is aggressive and is trying to win, those
Then
are
black
usually
gets
the
some
situations when black gets a counter punch in and gets really dangerous. And the king went back, interestingly. Moved away from this bishop g7, at least with a check. So now it's really interesting, and we could look at it for a moment. What would happen if bishop takes still, the pawn on g7, and king captures, and then a knight check, just to illustrate what a discovered check is. Now the white queen attacks the black king, and as well as the bishop. Fortunately for black here, black can block that check by interposing with the bishop. Let's show on the contrary what would happen if black would try to use another method to protect the bishop and the king, moving the king to f8. Then all of a sudden the white queen would swing all the way down to the corner and checkmate the black king. But as we saw, if the bishop interposes, then black is fine because the knight can recapture and black would be a piece up. Now let's look for a moment if white would, after a bishop sacrifice on g7, the king captures back, and before I was looking for something interesting, b4, especially in some variations, if instead of king g8 black would have played b5. But so if now the queen moves back in one of those squares, c7 for example, then knight d5 not only checks the king by the queen but also attacks the queen. And now it's trickier, but still bishop f6 may hold the situation for black in any case.
Or maybe the queen can move to g5 as well, g5 or h5.
Yes, indeed. With b5 it was more restrictive, but here indeed the queen can just move over to the other side all the way.
The king f8 looked kind of a strange move for me.
It's not terribly unusual because we can put those move back perhaps while the white queen was still on d2. White has those type of ideas to play knight d5 in such situations, with the idea that if the queen takes, we can show that let's say black makes kind of b5, okay, knight d5, and if takes, then an intermediate check, and then either then take back on d2 perhaps, and then grab the pawn, or all kind of things like that. But probably in this case, just take the queen back and then grab the pawn on g7. So those were the ideas and the reasons behind Anand's unusual king move indeed. Normally, we're happy when we castle and we manage to hide our king behind our king side pawns, fg and h pawns, and usually the king stays on g8 in the middle. But this is an exception when the king is kind of walking back towards the middle of the board for a reason, to avoid this tactic of knight
So
to
what do you
d5.
think? Would Carlsen go for queen d2 again?
Oh, you mean to repeat? Indeed, if white plays now queen d2, that would be a second time the same position.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting psychological moment.
In that case, if Anand is going all out for a win, he probably has to go something
I
like
think he will,
bishop
just
f8.
to test the situation.
Mm.
I think he will. And then it will be very interesting moment to see if Anand is ready for a further fight, or rather just wants to repeat moves and give up on the fight. That will be really interesting to see. So right now it is...
Or he can try to play for win with moves like, I don't know, maybe f4 or rook d3. So that will be an interesting approach, what he
Yes,
is going to
indeed.
do. Yeah.
I have a feeling he will play queen d2.
Mm.
That's just my feeling. Probably in no other day he would not, but given the circumstances that a draw would guarantee him the title, it would be a logical thing to do, certainly.
Yeah, a lot of people were expecting a Sicilian today, but when Anand played the Berlin defense in the previous black pieces, where the game ended in a quick draw after 6 to move rook e1, there were some criticisms that he should have probably played a Sicilian.
Well,
and Vishy is told even Sicilians, if white wants to play solid, it's
and
very
here is
difficult
the
in
proof
D2.
of it, indeed. And Magnus is playing with a captured piece, black piece in his hand, and holding it. So now it is, we're a little bit over in an hour into the game. They played extremely fast. They played already 21 moves in just over an hour between the two of them. That's considered super fast. It's almost like rapid play.
Yeah,
It's a very comfortable position actually for both sides.
For both sides,
Both sides.
Both sides don't seem to have any real problems. The pawn on d6 is really not weak as long as the black bishop is alive.
That's
and
right.
in most of the Sicilians, he gets counterplay along the c file.
Right.
So that compensates for the weak c pawn, d pawn.
Well, one thing I think that Magnus is a master at, I mean, there are many things he is, but one specific thing is that he manages to steer positions, games towards positions he likes, and more importantly, that his opponents are not so comfortable with. In this case, Anna normally would be quite comfortable with this position, but given the match situation, obviously, if he wants to fight to keep the title, it's not a comfortable position. So he's been extremely good in doing that, I think, not just in this match, but it's one of his big strengths. That he understands the psychology as well of the opponents.
Yeah, for queen d2, maybe he could consider going queen g5.
Right, but that's again offering a trade of queens.
No, but in that case, maybe after queen g5, maybe we can make the moves on the screen. I know that this doesn't sound like the way to go play for a win, and maybe we get this b5 break.
Right.
Using the hanging position of the rook.
Right.
This may give him some activity on the queen side. But again, it's a decision you need to... Yeah, we don't have...
And we have a move.
a4.
And it's not queen d2. That's a message that I'm not afraid. I'm ready for a fight. And I don't need to
queen d2 would have
offer a repetition of moves. Because indeed, queen d2 would have been a draw offer. An indirect draw offer. But not not Magnus. He played a4, obviously with the idea to perhaps prevent b5, as well as try to play perhaps b4 and advance more, maybe further ahead.
I'm not sure about b4 because that could seriously weaken
Not
the c4
immediately
pawn.
necessarily, but at the right
but
moment.
it is a point that can be considered.
In the meantime, we're having another special guest. We are having the president of the All India Chess Federation, Mr. Prabhakar, joining us in a moment, while Anand is thinking about his next move. And welcome to our show and to the commentary of the Game 10 of the World Chess Championship. Congratulations for bringing such a historic match to India. This is a big accomplishment. Please tell us a few words about what did it take to...
Good evening, Mrs. Susan Polka. Your commentaries every day are received very well by the viewers.
Thank you.
All over India. The entire credit of organizing the World Championship in this part of the globe goes only to our Honorable Chief Minister, Purachit Talavi Amma. You know that we affectionately called her Amma.
That's right.
She has done everything whatever the chess fraternity wanted. Perhaps one of the best World Championship conducted in India for the first time. It has so many credits, and the inaugural function, the most spectacular inauguration function where you were also present, would vouchsafe how meticulously she planned everything, carefully organized everything, guided us, blessed us, and if the All India Chess Federation and the Tamil Nadu Chess Association is able to do something, it is because of our Honorable Chief Minister, Purachit Talavi Amma, who evinces a lot of interest in sports and games.
You indeed are very fortunate to have such a supportive Chief Minister here in Tamil Nadu. And I know that not only that she was so supportive of the World Championship itself, but you had the countless side events also, the Grandmaster International Open and the Women's Tournament and Children's Tournament and District Tournament. It's really remarkable how much support the All India Chess Federation has received from her here in Chennai.
That's why with the folded hands, the entire sports fraternity, the chess fraternity, thanks our Honorable Chief Minister Purachit Talavi Amma for what she has done to chess. You know, ever since the announcement made by her on the floor of the assembly that she would contribute near to $6 million, it was not the announcement, mere announcement of a monetary thing that she would give, but she involved herself, guided us at every stage. For example, you know, you were there for the prize distribution function for the school children. In Tamil Nadu, she introduced a novel scheme, first time in the country, that children from 17 to 17 years are taught chess in the schools.
That's
all
wonderful.
The government school and the government aided schools have chess clubs now, and there are so many champions. You know, already we have so many grandmasters, so many international masters, and in the future we will have many more grandmasters because of the contribution done by our Honorable Chief Minister Purachit Talavi Amma. And she is a sports loving person. You know, her speech, inspiring speech on the inaugural day was very well received throughout the globe by over 200 million people who watched the inaugural function with great enthusiasm.
Yes,
And
indeed. Sorry to interrupt you. We have a move. Anand moved his queen across the other side of the board to h5. And now it is Magnus' turn. Well, thank you so much for telling us about how the match got here. And we appreciate your support as well, of course, of the Chief Ministers.
Thank you, Mrs. Polka. I would like to say that this World Championship conducted in Tamil Nadu by our Honorable Chief Minister Purachit Talavi Amma has so many credits. You know, for the first time, it is seen in all the mobile phones, the iPads, the Androids, and it is witnessed by 200 odd million people throughout the globe. And this for the first time, the FIDE in their presidential board meeting openly acknowledged that our Honorable Chief Minister's contribution towards the promotion of sports and games in general and towards the promotion of chess in this part of the globe is excellent, and it was very well applauded by everyone unanimously.
Yes, indeed. And at 200 million is per game. That's not even for the whole match. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
And
you.
please continue the good work
Thank you.
for chess in India.
Thank you, Mr. Bharat.
And now we're back to the game. Grandmaster Ramesh is joining me back in a moment. We are seeing the two players. They both look pretty calm. And Anand just moved his queen all across to h5, other side of the board, from a5 to h5. It's a long move.
Yeah, indeed.
Maybe sensing some kind of danger for the queen on that side with the pawns
B4.
moving forward. So now it is White's turn. Question is what to do next for Magnus. The position seems pretty balanced, I would say. White has some space advantage, meaning that White has pawns all the way to the midway, the 4th rank of the board, while black pawns, none of them crossed the 6th rank. So practically all the black pieces, other than the queen kind of moving around on the 5th rank, are back on the last 3 ranks of the chessboard, while the white pieces are all the way to the first 4 ranks. So it's considered a small space advantage, a small, tiny theoretical advantage. But the good news for black is that the only weakness really black has is the d6 pawn, which is very comfortably protected right now by the bishop. Also the rook on d8 is there to protect when and if needed.
Yeah, and as we mentioned some time back, there are not many weaknesses for each side to attack. And probably a move like knight e2 can be considered to drive away the queen from h5. But that will lose control over b5 and d5 squares.
Right, but knight e2 also kind of opens up the diagonal, and the queen and the bishop all of a sudden will work together nicely to target black's pawn on g7. So black would need to make a defensive move to defend that pawn.
Like bishop f8 if he does not want to exchange pieces with the bishop.
That's
f6.
right. And we have a question also in the meantime.
Akash, question for GM Polga. Why is it that most great endgame players seem to be positional players? Is there a connection between the two?
I think to some degree there it is.
But Shirov is a good endgame player too. He's a very aggressive player.
Well, I'm just kind of trying to think here quickly. On one hand, I'm thinking that from positional games, I think it's more likely that the game will reach the end games. So I think positional players probably get more practice of it.
Yeah, and people who like to attack normally likes to keep the queens on the board.
Right.
Probably that could be another reason why they don't get end games as often
as
positional players do.
Good question.
Yeah, but I think it's important for an upcoming player to be good in end games, especially these days when remembering theory is becoming very difficult. One needs to have a good idea about end games as well as sound positional play as well.
That's right. And I think now that Magnus Carlsen is a world number 1 ranked player and possibly soon also world champion, I think it's very typical that a world champion sets a trend of the style of play. Okay, and indeed, E2. You guessed his move correctly, knight move to e2. And his style of play is not as concrete, not as aggressive as, let's say, Garry Kasparov's have been, or even not as aggressive as Vishy Anand have been in his peak days.
The players of Viswanathan Anand era, their idols were probably Garry Kasparov and Karpov, who were dominating in the late 80s. And their style of their approach to the game probably rubbed off on these players as well, because most of the players from that generation, they are very good in theory, and they are all good attacking players like Shirov, Topalov.
And we have another move. Anand
bishop f6.
moved the bishop to f6, which I think probably is objectively the best move. Because bishop f8 looked a little passive. Of course, with that, black is offering or practically forcing the exchange of bishops. and one more piece off the board, of course, may bring the game closer to a draw outcome. So white now is in no rush to trade. Can make maybe double the rooks on the d file would be a very natural approach here. And given that the bishops are likely to come off the board sometime soon, the d6 pawn may be actually more of a target of attack than until that bishop is there on e7.
But then it makes it easier for black to get b5 break, and the activity could possibly create a weakness on the queen side for white as well.
Right.
And that could give counterplay for him.
So Anand is back wearing a yellow shirt today, and Magnus still has jacket on, which is unusual. Usually he has jacket off, still jacket on. Looks pretty calm, controlled, and that's one thing actually impresses me quite a bit with Magnus, how mature he is for a young man his age. He's only 22, soon to turn 23 in a few days. But with his approach, with his self-control, with his deep understanding of psychology and the opponent, it really impresses me that a young man is already so mature at his tender age.
Yeah, probably here white could consider doubling the rooks on the d file, like rook d2.
I think it's a very likely that in some shape or form, whether the c rook goes to c2 or the d rook goes to d2, or even to the third rank, one of the rooks, I think those are the most likely.
And black seems to be ready to play d5 here, b5.
b5, yeah? Well, the other issue black needs to worry about is that the knight may attack the queen from g3. And where will that queen move then? So black will need to make sure that there is at least one free square to go to.
Probably in that case he can take on d4 and come back queen c5 or queen e5.
That's true. And let's show that, what you mean. So, for example, if knight g3 right away, in addition to moving the queen to one of the...
looking at rook d2, I think.
Yeah, but even without that, even after an immediate knight g3, I think it may be similar, right?
But in this case, we don't have the b5 move. Which
but nevertheless, black could take now on d4 as an intermediate move, not immediately moving the queen, because now the bishop attacks the queen, and then if the queen recaptures, then queen c5. Well, here is maybe not as good, right? Because the pawn is hanging.
The pawn is hanging.
You're right.
So probably for rook d2, knight g3, probably we should not go for this.
Right. But just move the queen
move
simply
to a5.
All the way back, or just to
g6.
g5 or g6.
Yeah.
Now, an important motif, let's show our viewers back from the current position, game position. If white now would trade the bishops immediately, with the idea that now we opened up the d file and attack the pawn on d6, fortunately for black, when the knight recaptures, then the rook from d8 protects the pawn on d6, and on top of it, of course, a black knight would target white's pawn on the e4 square in the center. So I don't expect Magnus to trade immediately the bishops here, but may move one of the rooks to then have both rooks eventually on the d file, double them up against the only target really that white has, and that is the black pawn on d6.
Yeah, probably Carlsen is about to play rook c2.
Yeah, he's about to make a move. He plays with a nice rhythm. He spent only 47 minutes so far on the clock, but already played 23 moves, about to make his 24th move in this game 10 of the World Chess Championship. And of course, he knows there's a lot at stake. If he doesn't lose today, that means he is the next World Chess Champion.
And we had a question sometime back. Would he be the youngest world champion if he manages to make a draw?
Almost. Garry Kasparov, I think, would still
22.
hold that honor. He won at the age of 22. Magnus also is still 22, but not for very long.
Almost 23 now.
Almost 23, just another week away from his 23rd birthday. And I think Garry was just a bit younger than that.
And Susanna, do you see a change in style of Anand's play over the years? Like when he was young, known to be a player who plays very fast, very aggressive, excellent in calculation. Do you see any change over the years?
I think there is some change. Certainly, he became more cautious, more mature in a way. by playing in the world's elite for so many years, it kind of changes your style a bit. Why? Because when young players are kind of climbing up to the elite, they play a lot of open tournaments and tournaments where you need to score very high scores to win the tournaments, let's say 7.5, 8 points out of 9. And for those kind of scores to win the tournaments, you need to win a lot of games. And you need to take some more chances as well. While when you play in the world's elite, you have to kind of also play more cautiously and avoid losses, and then just take more advantage of the opportunities when they come along. So it's even Magnus Carlsen, I think, a few days ago at one of the press conferences said something along those lines, that his style used to be more aggressive actually than it is today. But in the past 6 or so years that he made it to the world elite and he's playing tough tournaments, he realized that he needed to adjust his style, which he did quite successfully.
Yeah, when Kasparov became world champion, a lot of people could relate to his style and his approach to the game. He wanted to get an advantage from the opening, and he was not playing as many endgames as Magnus probably is doing now. And there were a lot of followers for his style. Do you see that happening to Magnus, that many kids would like to play this kind of chess?
Well, that's interesting, because I'll be quite frank, it's more fun to play attacking chess. It's more fun to watch attacking chess. But with that said, the big advantage, I think, of Magnus's style, that it doesn't perhaps require quite as much work. And it gives you more time to devote to your physical preparation, to your other interests, because most grandmasters who follow the Kasparov style of preparation, of very ambitious opening approach, it really requires a tremendous amount of time and work. And indeed, we have the move. Magnus moved the rook up, as we predicted, that he'll move one of the rooks to then double them up on the d file to target black's only weakness, the pawn on d6. And now it is Anand's turn. Anand has played very fast so far as well. He used only 37 or so minutes on the clock, so he has plenty of time to think.
Yeah,
and
black needs to be a little careful that white doesn't manage to pile up a lot of pressure on the d pawn without adequate counterplay.
Right. At the same time, I think once the bishops will be gone, the black queen can come back to comfortably
c5 or e5
protect that pawn. So I think black is in not terribly much worry either at the moment. Let's show our viewers that if right now black would trade the bishops on d4, white has to be careful, making sure not to take back with the knight, which would be a huge blunder, because all of a sudden the rook on d1 would remain unprotected, and right in on the diagonal with the black queen, black would capture that rook, so that would be a major mistake. Obviously, Magnus would not even consider that. For a grandmaster, it comes as second nature, not even really looking at that move. It would be immediate pattern recognition that, of course, only the rook can take back. In this case, also for the reason that, as we discussed, white wants to target that d6 pawn, so you don't want a knight to block the rook's file towards the pawn.
Yeah, we have a question about Takara. Why Bobby Fischer is considered one of the greatest chess players in history?
Well, I think there are a number of reasons for that. First of all, because it was part of the Cold War era when there was, of course, a huge animosity between the Western world and the Eastern world, and Bobby kind of took the whole Soviet establishment by himself, which was very unique. While all the Soviets grandmasters were working together, they had the backing of the Soviet government. Bobby kind of did it practically all
one-man army.
Yeah, one-man army. It was really remarkable that he succeeded with that. Of course, at the match itself, he had seconds, but on the most part, he did it all by himself. And
also he kind of made chess a profession.
And then on top of it, of course, he was instrumental that practically single-handedly, I would say, he created professional chess.
Mhm.
So all of us today who enjoy the prize funds, for example, that Magnus Carlsen and Anand are fighting for the $2.55 million, or even on a lower scale in elite tournaments, grandmasters pay for hundreds of thousands of dollars in prize funds, or going further down to open tournaments where the winners can win thousands of dollars and make a living at chess. It was practically almost impossible for a Western player to make a
living
semi-decent living even in chess. Only the Eastern European countries, like in Russia, in Hungary, in Poland, Yugoslavia, a few other countries, there was basically a government support subsidizing the chess players to make a living. So he changed that whole dynamic. That he, of course, made very good money in chess, and then opened the door for thousands of others in the US, in England, and all over the Western Europe and the Western world to make a living. And of course, it got all the way to India as well, and all over the world today. And I think it's in a large extent thanks to Bobby Fischer, what he did, and all the popularity that he brought chess to a whole new level back in 1972.
Yeah. Even in India, before Vichy, when the Bobby Fischer Spassky match was held in 1972, it was a huge hit, and almost all the people from that generation, they knew about it. So that's the kind of attention he brought to the game.
Absolutely. And I think the fact that one man against the whole establishment, I think that had just a tremendous appeal to the average people.
Mm-hmm.
That if he can do it, perhaps others can do it as well.
Yeah,
And
apart from off the board, he was an excellent player on the board as well. His technique was phenomenal, and he was probably one of the first to fight for win with the black pieces.
Yes, indeed. I think in some ways, in fact, Magnus Carlsen is an improved version
Mm-hmm.
of Bobby Fischer, because he has a very similar approach in that he's fighting till the bitter end in practically all his games, and the other impositions that many grandmasters would make a grandmaster draw, as it's being called. He would fight on, and so did Bobby Fischer. So I think, in a way, I feel sorry that Bobby's no longer with us. He passed away a few years ago. That he's not here to witness this, because I think he would really appreciate it and enjoy it and cherish it. So I feel sorry for Bobby not being here. I knew him quite well, and I know he would really enjoy this. And it is Anand's turn right now. We are at move 24 of game 10 of the World Chess Championship. It's a crucial game. Magnus Carlsen only needs to draw, or of course win, to clinch the title, the World Champion title. Anand needs to win at all cost, and not only this game 10, but if he manages to win this game, he would still need to win the next two games as well,
Mm-hmm.
in order to stay in the match and then play playoff. It's a very much an uphill battle. I have hard time believing that he'll succeed to win all three. In fact, even this game today looks very hard. It's a balanced position, and it's a very safe position for White. White would need to make, I think, a huge blunder, which is not impossible, but not likely, or a number of smaller mistakes in
Mhm.
order for Anand to have a realistic chance here to win.
Yeah, but the way things are going recently, I think even in such simple positions, maybe we can expect a good fight.
I think so. I think the game may go on for a while longer. There was an indirect draw offer or a testing
With
of
King
it
G8.
with the King F8, King G8, when Magnus Carlsen had the opportunity to repeat moves a second time and then see if what Anand would do. Interestingly, he did not go for that, but rather said, no, I'm not that desperate.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what happens if I keep playing on, and so he did. He played a4 a couple moves ago, not repeating the queen moves to d2 and b2.
Yeah, probably there are several ways to keep the balance in the position for black.
It's not very much a concrete position yet. It's a position where there are numerous moves that are reasonable for black as well as for white. So it's hard to guess what the next move
Yeah, we
may
have a
be.
question on the screen. Slim Shadi. Do you think Magnus is going to be the best chess player of all times?
That's
Well, we keep
it's a good question.
we keep telling the same thing for every new world champion.
It's possible. It's possible. It's only he can tell because he's so young and he accomplished already so much. Being world number 1 ranked player for a couple of years now. Now he's
And a phenomenal rating.
phenomenal rating. He broke all records, and we never thought in my younger days that anybody can break 2800, and now he's in the verge of breaking 2900, which was unimaginable in my younger days, and here he is. So but the point is, I think it really is up to him of what his ambitions will be, how motivated will he remain. I know he has many interests in addition to loving sports. Also he has other interests. He's modeling, and who knows, maybe he'll be a movie star one day. He certainly has
it would
the
also
looks for it.
depend to a large extent how his competitors are pushing him, how hard.
Well, that's the second step. The first step, I think, is what his motivations are, because I think one of his traits are that he very much likes to do what he likes to do. And fortunately for all of us chess fans, in recent years, his number 1 priority has been chess. But who knows? It may change, tomorrow. It may change 10 years from now or 20 years from now. But so it really is up to him what his priorities will be in the near or further future. But I think as of capability, he certainly has it to be perhaps the best player of all times, but only time will tell if how that will develop.
Yeah, it would also be interesting if to see if the players' style and approach to the game would change after the match, both the players. Do you think that is a possibility?
I think so. I think it will be a relief in a way for both players, because it's a lot of pressure when you're playing a world championship. It's a lot of pressure for Magnus that he never won yet. It's a first time that he is fighting for a title in a match. And so he needs to make it as a number 1 priority to win. It doesn't matter to play pretty, or it doesn't matter to play in an elegant style. It matters that he wants to win. And in a way, it's the same with Anand. It's a lot of pressure on him, especially playing here in a home court. So I think, let's say, assuming that Magnus will win this match and Anand no longer has that pressure on him of being the world champion, I think he may play more relaxed in upcoming tournaments. And don't forget, he may be back. He most likely will obviously compete in the world championship in the candidates tournament next year. And it wouldn't be terribly shocking if he would be back as a challenger next time in 2015. And we would see the next...
That would be after the match is over.
Well, obviously after this match, there is a small chance that he may retain his title this time. But assuming that not, don't give up hope, because he's still a fantastic player. He's a legendary player, and if he puts his mind to it, if he's motivated, I think it wouldn't terribly surprise anyone if he would win the next candidate tournament and be right back for revenge.
After Kramnik's loss to Anand in the World Championship match, we saw a completely different Kramnik. He was more dynamic, was taking more risks, and he almost made it here.
Right. And I interviewed Kramnik about his style change back then, and he told me that he made a conscious effort to play more dynamic chess. He really wants to enjoy the game. Those were how he put it, and we may see that with Magnus as well. But I would assume that
do you think Magnus would stick to his style after becoming the world champion, or he would try to bring more dynamism into his game as well?
I think it depends on the tournament. It depends how important the particular event is. I think in the coming years, again, assuming that he will win this match, he will focus as a number one priority to retain his title. And in other tournaments that's not connected directly to the World Championship, he may play more dynamic style, take more chances, because at the end of the day, the consequences of a loss or not winning a tournament won't be that significant or that huge as it is right now here at the World Chess Championship.
Yes, indeed.
And he seems very calm. He seems pretty relaxed, which is honestly is quite unusual. Remember the days when Garry Kasparov used to play. You could see how intense he used to be at the board when he was competing, and
World Championship matches.
not just in World Champ, in any match. He was just a super intense player. You could read his emotions, and that's actually an interesting thing here with both players, more so with Anand, but even to Magnus to some degree. It's hard to see that he is when he's worried or when he's happy. Even some people were commenting to me regarding yesterday's press conference that even though it was a huge win, we have a move exchange of the bishops, and as expected, the rook captured back, attacking Black's pawn on d6. So regarding yesterday's press conference, somebody was commenting that it was remarkable how controlled Magnus's emotions were, considering how huge it had to be for him to win that very nerve-wracking game yesterday with the black pieces that practically gave him the title. I mean, it's not over until it's over, but of course it brought him incredibly close to the title. And you couldn't read that. If you wouldn't know what happened in the game, you may have thought it was a draw and nothing special happened. And he hid his emotions so amazingly well. It's remarkable, especially for a young man his age, only 22, that he controlled his emotions so well. And we have yet another move. Anand, after trading the bishops, moved his queen right to the middle of the board to e5.
I think it's kind of trying to provoke Carlsen to
F4.
play f4,
Right.
which would give a few more targets for black too.
That's right. And let's show what we're talking about. We were mentioning that black is trying to provoke a move like f4.
This could kind of give some targets for black as well.
That's right, because advancing your pawns is always a double-edged sword in that it can create weaknesses in your position or attack points for your opponent. So now it is white to move, and this is upcoming move 26 in the game. We're still in game 10 of the World Chess Championship between the defending champion Magnus Viswanathan Anand and the challenger Magnus Carlsen. And Anand is in an absolutely must-win situation. Given that fact, he is in a difficult situation on the board. Most of the minor pieces are already off the board. We only have the major pieces, the queens and rooks on the board, in addition to pawns, of course, and a pair of knights. The position is about equal, I would say.
Yeah.
The problem is for black that black doesn't have a real target, I would say.
Yeah, maybe I have an interesting plan for black.
Okay.
Maybe he could try to bring the rooks and with a knight on c5, try to target the b pawn and the e pawn with a rook on b6, and the rook could do the job of defending the d6 pawn as well.
That's true. I think
but
the part
throws away the plan to push b5.
Right.
So it's a very committal decision.
Right. The drawback of that plan would be, I think, that the white knight may jump towards b5, and we have yet another move. The queen came back to d2. Moves after that potential repetition when if the queen would have gone back to d2 3-4 moves ago, that would have been a repetition of moves, but now it's not, of course. It's far away from that position. So now white doubled up on the d file and attacks directly that pawn on d6, which black needs to defend. Possibly by moving the knight.
Knight f6 or knight c5.
Right, so not necessarily by moving the rook to c6, which would be the so-called direct defense of the pawn, but rather moving the knight out of the way of the other rook on d8, so the knight could move to c5 or f6, and then the rook from d8 would protect the pawn, and the knight also at the same time would attack white's center pawn on e4.
And he will be ready to play b5 in the near future.
That's right. So black is doing fine, white is doing fine as well. Of course, that means it's around equal, which in this case is
it's
pretty
slowly
good for
getting
white.
easier for black to play here because his pieces are kind of well coordinated in the center. But the knight on e2 and the rook on c3, they may not be really in the best places here. Best place. Maybe they need to switch their places. The rook should probably on d1 and knight on c3.
Right. So if now white would try to triple up and move the rook to... I'm sorry, it's black's turn now. So assuming that knight f6 comes, or knight c5. Knight c5 may be better, not allowing the white to triple up the rooks on d3.
Yeah, probably knight f6 would give him an option to play for d5 at some point.
That's the
d5
advantage
and
of
b5.
having the knight on f6.
So
The advantage of having...
important decision between knight c5 and knight f6.
Right. The advantage of having the knight on c5 is that now the knight also not only targets the e4 pawn, but also the b3 pawn simultaneously. And we have yet another question.
John Cattermole, do you think that playing in Anand's hometown places too much pressure on him? I think Anand knew that he is going to play in his hometown many months ago, and he is kind of experienced and mature enough to keep his mind off the pressure.
I think his team actually did a very good job in isolating him from pretty much what's going on here at the Hyatt Regency, which is a craziness. There are, I would say, at some points, hundreds of journalists in addition to just the fans. And I haven't really seen Vichy other than at the press conference.
Yeah.
And
so
of
I
course
think
at the
if
board.
he felt any pressure of playing at hometown, it should probably only at the press conference.
Right. Only at the press conference he may have felt it. But as you said, he well knew that the match will be here. And I personally don't think that it's a decisive factor in the result. It may have played a very, very minor role.
Yeah, I think the interesting point about this match is in most of the games where Anand lost, he lost 3 games. And it was all because of blunders. And all 3 blunders he played rather quickly. That's very interesting. Because in the 5th game where he lost, he played the move rook c1 check, where rook a1 would have given him very good chances for making a draw.
Right.
So there the rook c1 move, and it was a rook move, and he played it very quickly. And in the 6th game where he lost, he played rook a4 instead of probably b4 or rook c8, and he played the rook a4 move pretty quickly too. And yesterday the rook f4.
Although rook f4 was still fine.
Yeah, he would have played bishop f1.
Yeah, if he would have blocked that check on the very last move of the game with the bishop instead of the knight, the game still could have been a draw. And he chose the knight to f6, targeting the pawn on e4. And of course the idea of b5 is still in play. Let's talk just a bit about Vishy Anand and his legacy and all that he has done for chess, for Indian chess. It's, I think, absolutely phenomenal. It's fantastic, and actually, honestly, I'm being bothered for comments of people who try to put him down, that in this match he wasn't able to perform his very best. But I think it's really important to remember all what he have done in his career, which is amazing longevity. He became a grandmaster when he was only in 1988.
When he was at 19 he became a GM.
At age 19, and for 25 years he was. And the rook went
rook
to e3. Interesting, protecting the pawn. And for
b5 looks very tempting.
For 25 straight years to be basically in the world's elite, it's very remarkable. Very few who had that longevity, and I think no one should forget that he won 5 world championships, and that's only classical. He also won the rapid world championship on top of it. So he pretty much did as much as anyone can do, he won at all formats. In fact, he's the only world champion who has won in a knockout format, who has won in a match format, he has won in a tournament format. So he's absolutely remarkable career behind him. So regardless whether he loses this match or not, he just has so much behind him that I think that should be celebrated and applauded. And I think no matter what, he will be a legend, a hero for all future generations of Indian chess players and for many as well all around the world.
Yeah, and I think probably here b5 is an interesting option. Probably that kind of sacrifices a pawn, because here white can win a pawn with this.
So that doesn't look good, terribly good for black.
But maybe
right?
queen b5 is not.
I don't
really
think black
forced.
should
Maybe
rush with b5 either.
Maybe he could do this with the idea of playing d5.
Yeah, honestly, I would delay the b5 idea a bit when it's safer, when it doesn't involve a pawn sacrifice. And we, I think, have another question.
Yeah, Matwag. The question is, with so much preparation and pre-game analysis on openings, is Fischer Random the future of chess? To be more unpredictable.
I personally like that idea because I think the creativity and the original thinking at the board would be more dominant, and I think that would be good for chess in general.
Yeah, but
So
as someone who grew up playing the chess which we are seeing now, I would probably prefer to have a different approach, like what Carlsen has introduced. Maybe to play, not emphasize so much on the opening phase, to get a reasonable middle game, new position early, and try to show creativity there.
Well, that's true, but with that said, look at, for example, today's game or the other attempt of Vichy with black in the Berlin. If many times, especially on high level, if white doesn't really want to take many risks, he can most of the time reach these type of positions and give very little chances for black. to win. And in Fischer Random, that would not be the case. I can guarantee you that. So I don't expect traditional chess to go anywhere anytime soon. But with that said, I think it would be very legitimate to have more presence for Fischer Random Championships as well. So it's one don't necessarily needs to replace the other, but I think it should gain more popularity. And Anand played rook to d7. And now the question is, what's next for white? I have to be honest, I start liking white's position kind of more move by move. Black is getting more and more on the defensive and less likely to break through, I think, with d5. With the queen on e5, for example, it's pretty much impossible to play d5, because then when white would capture with the e-pawn, the black queen would be under attack. So right now it is white to move 28 coming up. Magnus Carlsen's turn to make his move. He looks very relaxed, playing again with a captured piece in his hand.
I think the position is probably very close to equal. It will be interesting to see what was the idea behind rook d7.
I'm thinking for white to perhaps play a5 at this point to prevent the b5 idea for black. A very typical move when basically one pawn kind of holds off two pawns at the same time.
That's quite interesting.
And then eventually, after the knight protects perhaps also the e4 pawn, then triple up against the d pawn.
Yeah, but then to protect the e-pawn, the knight could not go to c3 because of queen a5. Maybe he has to go knight g3, and that may not be the best square available for the knight.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
So it will be interesting to see if how long this game will go. Will there be a moment where Anand will understand that he really has no chances to win and he better offers a draw? Or will they just really play it out like they did in game 3 and 4?
I think they would play it out. I think they would play it out, yeah.
That'd be fascinating to see.
I don't think Anand is going to offer a draw in this game.
So we are towards the end of the second hour in this game 10 of the World Chess Championship, which is maybe the last game of the match. Unless Viswanathan manages to win this game with the black pieces, this will be the last game of the match. And he seems to be in a difficult situation to accomplish that. The draw is not out of reach by no means, but to win seems really difficult in this position.
Yeah. Let's see. By playing a4 earlier, Carlsen also seems to kind of indicate that he's willing
ready
to
for a fight.
Try some things, and maybe that could liven up the game after a few moves.
And that's one thing that's very noticeable with Magnus, that he has a tremendous self-confidence, and he displays that when he plays the game, both with his off-the-board demeanor as well as his moves. That he's not afraid. He's constantly showing that he's confident in himself and he's ready for a fight, and that's a wonderful trait.
Yeah, especially when you win so many games, it naturally gives
a
lot of confidence.
Yeah, he doesn't like the feeling of losing, and he rarely experiences it as well. And Anand is amazing. He's like a statue. You can't read him at all. It's just remarkable that how he's controlling his emotions, even though it must be tough for him as well, knowing that these may be the last minutes or hours of being a world champion, at least for the time being.
I think his approach seems to be like he's kind of trying to provoke Carlsen to do something, like the moves like Queen E5, King F8. They're all kind of very provocative, which doesn't disturb the balance of the position, but
keep the tension going.
Keep the tension going. And so far, Carlsen has not done anything very provocative.
Right. Very solid.
Yeah, very solid. So I think if Carlsen keeps to playing the same kind of chess in the next few moves, maybe then Anand would try to get B5 or D5 somehow. Or
but
if
I
he
think
doesn't do that, then there's not much really to play in the position.
But I think the situation is that even if black manages to play the B5 or D5, which objectively may be the best thing and an accomplishment,
it may just equalize.
The problem is that kind of releases the tension from the game with those exchanges of pawns, and so that has its own drawback given the match situation that Anand is in right now. So we're almost at the 2-hour mark into the game.
The time is pretty much equal.
Very close. Only Magnus has maybe an extra minute on the clock, which is insignificant. And of course, they are only 13 moves away, reaching the first time control. For those of you out there wondering what the time control is, they have to make their first 40 moves each in the 2 hours given. Once they reach the 40 moves, they get an additional hour to make the following 20 moves in the game. Even if after 60 moves the game is not over, then they get an additional 15 minutes. And then starting move 61, each of the players would get 30-second increment as well, every move they make. So for now, the time is literally equal. They have exactly the same amount of time. And it is Magnus Carlsen to make his move. He has only 13 moves to make in the next hour that he has, which is plentiful in such a simple position where there aren't many concrete variations to calculate, unlike yesterday, because yesterday was such a dramatic game. It was really an epic game. I think that grandmasters and chess fans and everybody will analyze for days to come, for weeks to come, perhaps even 100 years from now, just like we are analyzing classic games between Lasker and Capablanca or the such. So will be yesterday's game. And A5, I think it's a good move. And as I said, I think white is doing comfortable, very comfortable. Black needs to be careful. So A5 was the move, and Magnus went to the resting area where he can get some drink or just sit down in a comfortable sofa chair or such that the players have there, and observe the position on the screen, the same screen that you are all seeing on the lower right hand corner on your screen. And we have one more question.
Black Atlantic. There's been a lot of praise on how well Magnus hides his emotions. Why should this be a good thing?
Well, it doesn't.
Why can't chess players be more expressive?
Well, it, I guess, doesn't give signals to the opponent, because sometimes when you display your emotions too much, your opponent can read it
and gain confidence,
or just get hints on how you feel. And generally, it's best if you don't do that, just like when you play poker, I guess.
Yeah, if we show our emotions, like if I'm worried about my position and if it shows on my face, it could be sending a strong signal to my opponent that I'm worried about my position.
And one of the reasons for that is that when two players look at the same position, like yesterday, for example, they may not see the same thing.
Yeah.
And by giving away your emotions, sometimes you give away a signal that I'm thinking that I'm losing, but my opponent seems so nervous. Maybe actually I'm not losing and winning. So therefore, gives a hint that I should maybe look even deeper and find why my opponent is nervous, for example. So those type of things are...
the player's emotion could be a prompt to the opponent.
Yes, exactly. So those type of things are very important.
Yeah, we have another question. LKHO. I'm 1400 and a student. Is there any free internet chess server where I can play after school?
I think there are actually plenty of them. We talked about yesterday of Simple Chess, which is one that my kids like to use. Actually, it's very simple to use. That's one of the things that's good about it. But of course, there are others as well. And playing chess online is an excellent alternative in general to playing in person. For many people, is the only option to play regularly, and I think that has contributed tremendously to the popularity of our game, that people who normally had difficulty in getting to a chess club or getting an opponent who is an appropriate opponent, they can find that today 24/7 online. So yes, indeed, online chess is huge, and Simple Chess is one of the excellent venues where you can play. Well, I think momentarily we'll have a change in our commentary team, and for the next hour or until the game goes, you will have international masters Tanya Sajdev along with Lawrence Trent, continuing with the commentary, with the explanations of the moves, of the psychology, of what's going on in this game 10 of the World Chess Championship, which may be the very last one in this match, or may not be. We'll find out. Tune in, don't go anywhere. Tanya and Lawrence are on their way, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Hello once again, and if you've just joined us, welcome. As Susan said a moment ago, this is game 10 of the World Chess Championships, potentially the last game of this championships, because Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces only needs a draw to become world champion. Now I'm here again with Tanya Sajdev, and we are on move 28, already 2 hours deep into the game. And Carlsen has just played what looks like a very decent move to me. Pawn to a5. Tanya, what are your thoughts?
I think it's quite an interesting idea and a very typical move for these kind of pawn structures. When black has a pawn of a6 and b7, white plays a5 and with one pawn is able to block these two pawns, and also controlling the b6 square. So it's a good move for sure.
All right. So now Vishy has got a bit of a problem. He's got to find moves that can help progress his position. And this is where it gets a bit tricky, because what do you actually do here? It's not so clear.
But I think we had a very interesting moment a few moves ago when Magnus went a4. So when Vishy had
Many moves
played,
ago. Yeah, all the way back here.
right. And we were all in the press room and we were quite surprised with Magnus's decision to play a4 here because, well, at least he could have repeated the moves twice by going queen d2.
Right. And we could have got a repetition, right?
Yeah. I mean, if Vishy went king f8. So it was quite strange to see this because Magnus just needs a draw to win the world championship, but a4 means he wants to play on and he feels he's got a better position, so he wants to fight for more than a draw.
Do you think he's trying to win this position?
You know, if it was anybody else, I would say that, I don't think he would have done what he just did, but I won't be surprised if he feels he can play this for a long, long time without settling for a draw. And I've noticed this thing about him in many, many tournaments. He feels that, chess is a sport, and in no other sport can you offer a draw or repeat things and the game ends. You have to try to play till the end and get a result on the board. And this has been his attitude generally in chess. So
Well, it's incredible, isn't it? I just don't know anybody else who wouldn't have
Yeah.
played queen d2 there. He's got a chance at repetition. All the stress, all the...
and it's not like he had a clear advantage in that position or he's a lot better or anything, but he just decides to play on.
There is another record at stake. If he wins today, he achieves another new highest rating of all time. So, if he wins this position, which, I've got a really bad feeling now about this for Vishy.
Yeah, because Vishy
He's
has
played a
just
very
played
odd move, Queen
Queen
G5.
G5.
I don't understand this at all. Magnus is confused because
There's
he's
e5 on the board immediately. What's going on?
does E5 just win on the spot? Oh, Vishy.
I'm not sure what happens for e5 here.
E5.
So black can't take because the d7 rook is
Right.
pinned.
I don't know what's going on.
And if black just moves the knight, white takes on d6 and he's a pawn up. What just happened?
Well, you can take on D6. You don't... I mean, the pin's still there, so the really sick thing about this is you might just be able to play knight C3 and come round as well. And you've got all sorts of...
Threats. I'm not sure about this queen g5 move at all. Lawrence, every time we come on at some moment, Vishy makes a very strange move.
Oh, I've got a real bad feeling that's a shocker. I think we've seen another shocker, guys. Magnus is... Look at his face.
He knows
He
that
knows.
he knows that e5 is possible.
Why would you play Queen G5 allowing
not
E5?
sure. I mean, even a move like rook c d8 before queen
Right.
g5 or rook c7, just defending this rook on d7 are
Just
normal
anything.
moves. But queen g5 just allows e5 immediately.
Oh my goodness. Well, if he were to win, I think Magnus would have the highest rating of all time, and that would be a published rating as well because he's not playing again. So I really think he's thinking about the win now. So let's have a look at this. E5, you can't take it off. You have to move the knight.
So you can either go knight e8 or knight h7.
Well, knight h7 makes no sense because then d6 is just... so knight e8's the only move.
Maybe, what, possibly Vishy's thinking of ed6, for example. Of course, like you said, you can also move the knight, but if you directly take the pawn, could he play rook c6 and try to win it back? Sorry. This looks very, for example...
But, I can even just do that. At the worst case scenario, you win it back and what? The maximum you're getting is an equal endgame.
I'm really sorry.
So e5, knight e8. But as I was looking at before, the queen now looks rather strangely placed here on g5. And the first move that comes to my mind is rook g4, followed by the other rook, and then the queen's coming, and I'm wondering if I can just deliver checkmate. So rook g4. Now where do you go?
Queen e7.
Well, if you go queen h5, just to illustrate, that runs into a rather...
My queen doesn't have a square.
correct.
I'm really sorry, I'm a bit under the weather.
That's all right. So queen e7. Okay.
And Magnus has gone e5 instead.
And if
in fact.
this rook over to g3 now, are you hanging on with king h7, are you? Or king h8? But now I can
With rook
take on
g7
g7.
and knight g7 leads to mate.
Oh my goodness. And that's checkmate.
Do you think Vishy again missed e5 because...
I think he's just exhausted. Because you can't miss e5.
I mean, you move your queen from e5 and you know that...
Knight e8. And well,
I
he
need
just
to come
took it.
d6.
So if rook cd8 here,
I'm thinking of rook c6 because rook cd8 could run into rook g4.
yeah, well they might both run into rook g4. So ed6 is on the board. This is move 30, and
So let's see rook c6.
yeah.
Do I have a move like f4 here? f4 you can go...
f4. Okay.
The idea is to play rook e d3 because otherwise you would have taken on d2 and...
So queen d8.
Right.
Looks like you're winning that pawn back. Right. So e takes d6.
Maybe Magnus did hurry up with e d6. I
Yeah.
mean, the rook on d7 was
It's
pinned,
pinned,
anyway.
right. Knight c3 might have been an even better move there,
Right.
possibly. Because now you're coming in,
Yeah, knight c3 looks quite strong.
and you're also threatening this little tactic.
He didn't think much, yeah? He just
No.
quickly took e d6.
But what has he seen? So rook c6. So let's have a little think here. Spot the win, if there is one. Yeah. I think Vishy might... Well, I'm not sure if he's alright. ED6 was played very quickly, though.
Knight c3
surprised.
seemed very
Yeah.
natural.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Very surprised that he played that so quickly. Especially if rook c6, which Vishy has just played.
Yeah.
And it makes sense because the queen now has an escape route back to...
Yeah, maybe that's why rook c6 is slightly better than rook
Oh, yeah.
c8 because now you have queen d8 and you win the d6 pawn back again.
Mhm. But now it might just be all fizzling out. But what's this ending like? Is there anything here for white? Probably not. Something like this, but it's close enough, close to not.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get f3, king f2, king e3 and get his king to d4.
It's not much. It's really not.
Right.
I think Magnus has made a slight error here. He probably got a bit too excited. He's probably annoyed with himself, actually, because I think if he had not played ED6 so quickly but played knight c3, I don't see how you stop all of these threats.
And black probably at least wins the d6 pawn without giving it back. For example,
Well, what do you play?
I mean, white wins the d6 pawn. If I move my queen to d8, knight e4, I want to go d5, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just going to continue piling. Look at this pressure down the d file.
Yeah.
I mean, that's disastrous. Oh, but then this pawn's hanging. This
right.
Pawn. So let me
Knight e4.
let me play knight a4,
A4.
first. Yeah.
So
to
you're
come into
threatening.
b6.
So if I go rook c6, you go knight b6, right?
And then I take. But this is just.
Yeah, I'm
this is just
very
over.
surprised that Magnus took on d6 really quickly. I think he missed his chance at that point. A very good chance, in fact. And our computers are just confirming that knight c3 was in fact the
Right.
correct way to play.
Wow. So it looks like a missed opportunity there for Carlsen.
But that said, I mean, after black does win the d6 pawn and everything is simplified, because black will not be able to take the d6 pawn with his knight due to the pin. Everything is going to be exchanged, and that just gets really close to the draw as well.
Slightly surprised he missed that, if I'm honest. But a draw is all he needs. And
What about a move like queen b4 here?
queen
Not
b.
sure how good it is, but it's a try.
So if I
You take on d6. Because my a5 pawn is also hanging in the end, so maybe cd6, rook cd. I don't know if it makes such a difference, but yeah, maybe rook cd6 is more natural, no?
yeah, but then I was wondering, am I pinned?
But why can't you take with the rook?
I was just worried about b7.
Then queen a5
Yeah.
and queen e7 and nothing works.
I've got a pass pawn.
Yeah, but it's not moving yet. I'm threatening queen e1 check.
And after queen e7, you're going to go.
I could just give a check and come back knight f6. Rook d1, for example.
Oh, right.
King h2 and knight f6, right? I mean, queen b4 is a possibility, but
Queen b4. Interesting. Okay. Question for Tanya. If you were in Carlsen's position,
I wish.
needing a draw to be world champion, would you have played for a draw or
Oh.
win?
Oh my god. I don't think it's
Good
about
question.
playing, definitely, and I think it's applicable to all players, and I think it's not really about playing for a draw, but I think if the opportunity came and if the position was I didn't have a clear advantage, and if I knew that there was a way to just draw and win the championship, I think it would be very human and normal to just accept it and, you know, go home happy. I think I would take it, if I'm completely honest.
But I think in general, if you only need a draw, it's often a very bad idea to play
for a draw,
draw.
yes.
Yeah.
But it's very different when you're, and I completely agree for that. I don't think you have to play for a draw, but if a position came where you had the option of repeating moves, I mean, I would play queen d2, for example, there to even check if Vishy wants to go king f8 or not. And actually, I do believe that most top players, probably everyone except Magnus, would have gone queen d2 in that position. But maybe that's
But
what
look
makes
at the position he
Magnus
got.
Magnus, yeah.
I mean, here he's just. I'm just shocked Vishy played queen g5, but I'm shocked that he takes d6 so quickly when knight c3 is almost winning on the spot, it looks like.
Played it a bit fast though.
Just knight c3, and it's like there's no defense here. There's no coordination in Black's camp. So he played EDC. He's getting excited as well because he knows he's in touching distance of the World Championship title. And now, Magnus, the big question he's got to realise is maybe he's made a mistake and he just has to settle for this end game, which might not be very exciting.
Might have to just settle for the World Championship. I
Right.
mean, it would be very equal. I think here White realistically has two options. One is to play f4 and Queen b4, and also probably Rook d3 is possible.
Why f4?
So Queen d8,
Mm-hmm.
and just to go for this position after Rook d3 now. So Rook d6, I take on d6. Yeah, and just we get that same endgame. Because at no point can Black take with the knight due to c5 threats. And now to go King f2.
So f4, the idea is that your king's rushing in a bit quicker.
You want to get it to d4 as soon as possible, as quick as possible.
But
Yeah, just King d4.
the likelihood of this position, the outcome, equal material, it's very difficult to imagine anything but a draw in these kinds of positions.
But you know, I mean, White's king is better, and
Sure, no,
I think
absolutely.
White is still slightly
No, it's
better here.
slightly preferable, definitely. Okay. So the position
A
as
move
it
like
stands.
a move like knight g3 in those kind of endgames, followed by b4, b5.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
trying-
there's still a little
yeah, I
nibble
think
there.
they might play that position if
Yeah.
it was to come.
But Magnus may have missed a very strong move opportunity.
That's
Instead of
true.
e takes d6. So close up of him there, he doesn't look too perturbed. Vishy's face dropped when he
After
played Queen
Queen-
G5.
Because he
It-
saw it immediately.
But it's funny how in chess you play a move and you don't. It's a blunder, and you see the reason why it's a blunder immediately
right after you make
Why
the
does
move.
that happen?
You know, I think at that level of stress and with that amount of pressure, your mind starts playing these tricks on you, you know, and you feel you miss out things. It's easy to miss things out at that moment. And I think that's exactly what happened with Vishy yesterday as well. He completely missed Queen E1, and otherwise to make a move like Queen G5 is inexplicable.
Bizarre. Truly bizarre. Okay, well, we are now just under 2.5 hours into this match.
Vishy is staring straight ahead.
Game 10. Carlsen's got about 45 minutes left, but that's time isn't really going to be a factor in this game because they've already played 30 moves.
And it's not the kind of position where you need to calculate a lot and make very, very precise moves.
Well, it is, isn't it?
I mean, it's not like yesterday, for example, you know, where every move counts and you're playing for checkmate. Here, okay, if Black does win the d6 pawn, which he's going to. What I mean is that you don't have to take too much time on every move here. So,
Yeah, I mean, you choose a move, but then there are a number of... Okay, so he's
So
played f4.
we have f4 on the board, and I'm expecting Queen d8.
Yeah. Well, Queen d8's really the only
Because
move.
any
here.
other move, you have Rook d3. And if Queen c5, I think White has b4.
Yeah, no, that's crushing.
And yeah, then you just get c5 and it's over. So Queen d8 seems like the move
Vishy will
Vishy's
play
going to
Queen
make.
d8.
And he did.
And now, pretty sure Carlsen will play Rook e
Rook
d3.
d3 and exchange everything off. Try to get the king to the center.
Right. And rook d3 has been played.
I think that position, that endgame would still offer white some chances,
Yeah.
actually.
I
You know,
mean-
like knight and king endgames are a lot like king pawn endgames. So having your king so advanced it is a bit of an advantage for sure.
Poor old Vishy, you know. Magnus only needing a draw. Is he going to subject him
It's a
to
very-
another 6 hours of...
Very bad position
Pain.
to be in.
Tweet. Leovan...
What?
Can't see that on the screen. Even Magnus can do bad moves, or maybe he's going for a draw. He doesn't want to hurt his friend more than necessary. No, he's ruthless.
Yeah, he's ruthless. I completely
I'm telling you
agree.
right now, he wants to win. If he had seen knight c3, he would have played it and tried to win. You can be friends off the board, but when it
Which they are.
but when it comes to business time,
He's a machine.
He's a machine. So we are going down this line. You have to take with the queen.
Yeah, knight d6 runs into c5.
Yeah. So everything's going to come off. The knight's he's going to play king f2, and then, well, I think he's going to play king f2
Yeah,
anyway.
king f2 seems quite normal. In your endgame, you must try to get the king to the center. It's that part of the game where, king is a piece and you can't not play with it.
And remember, Magnus excels in the endgame phase
He
of the
is
game.
very good at them.
He's very, very good.
And this is one of those positions where white is seemingly playing for two results.
Things can go wrong. I mean, remember, black can create passed pawns, and you've got to be a bit careful. But in general,
With white's king already rushing to d4, that's not going to be easy. And for white, it's easier to create one on the queen side, with b4, b5.
right. So, still chances, although reduced somewhat. Carlsen, of course, pressing. We're on move 36. They're both going to get an hour bonus time in four or so moves. So they're going to have ample time. King f8 has been played by Vishy. So we're going down the line we looked at just a few moments ago. And
So he's going to play king e3, I think.
yeah, almost certainly going to play king e3. And, we might have a bit of a struggle in this ending. With the imbalances there are, it's not quite over just yet. I don't think Magnus is going to be offering a draw. I don't think Vishy's going to be offering a draw.
So let's have a look at this variation with king e3, yeah?
Yeah. What would you like to play here? King e7?
I'm thinking of knight f5 check, king e4. I want to play king d6, so, okay, king e4 for example, king d3,
Yeah, I prefer king d3 simply because I'm
avoiding checks.
avoiding more checks.
Okay, so king e7, and you go g4 or what? So you have to be careful with moves like g4, You can attack your pawns maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. This ending is, I'm pretty sure it should be a draw, this ending.
Right.
But maybe I'll go knight c3.
I wonder what Magnus is thinking right now. I mean, he knows he's so close now to becoming the new world champion,
Yeah,
The guy's just 22.
I know. He's young, right? He's young. But I don't believe he's the youngest. Second youngest. Kasparov was slightly younger when he won in 84, I believe.
By a couple of months.
Right. So,
In fact, I think Magnus is going to turn 23 right after.
November 30th.
Yeah, next week.
Right. So that'll
Would
be one
quite
hell of
the
a party.
birthday gift.
Quite the gift, quite the party. So, the king's pretty close. I just can't imagine anything but this ending in a draw somehow. And king e3 has been played by Magnus. So, Vishy now needs to just find a decent way to...
I mean, king e7 is also fine. I don't think it's that
Yeah, no, of course not.
hard. And it's also very difficult to blunder in such positions, you know?
Yeah, king e7 must be fine. Yeah. I don't think Vishy's too worried now about this ending. But I think he knows it's almost impossible to win this.
Okay, I know king e7 is very, very normal and it's solid, but what about moves like g5 here?
Yeah, no, that's another... You've always got to look at where
I
your
mean, yeah, and
majority is, right?
I mean, he has to try to create a pass pawn, and if he plays king e7 and moves like that, it's going to end in a draw anyway. That's not going to help.
G5. It's very ambitious, isn't it? Because I can take,
Yeah, of course, I need g5.
and I can create an outside pawn.
It's true, it's very risky to play like this, but it's kind of the need of the hour.
So if I play king d4, now you play king e7. And even if I rush over to the queen side, this is doing nothing, right? As soon as I play king b6, you're playing king d7.
But, I mean, I have to try to do something, otherwise you'll play g3, h4. But g3, I'll always have knight f5.
But that doesn't actually threaten. Plus your b7 pawn. So, a bit, I mean, g5... I think it's a good try for a win. If you need a win, I think that's the way to try it.
So we have another tweet, and Jay Langstrand wants to know that there are very little pieces left, and will the match end in another typical Carlsen grind?
You wouldn't rule it out, would you?
Do you
I
want to
think-
have a bet, one of your bets for the game ending in a draw in another 10 moves? Do you think the
I
game
would love
will?
to have a bet with you, Tanya, but you never accept them.
No, I always win them.
You got to accept the bet to win the bet. It's all good saying, I won the bet, but only after the things
I
happen.
actually won it.
No, I think this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to play for 6 hours.
No, I don't think they've got the energy to play for... I mean, they've been playing 2.5 hours. I can see another hour, maybe. But 6 hours I can't see. And Carlsen, he's not worried, not a care in the world. He's half a point away from winning.
It's very close.
How
to
much
it
money
now.
is it exactly that he wins?
A lot.
Well over $1 million.
Yes.
And of course he's got tremendous sponsorship as well.
I think the entire prize fund, it gets divided 60% to the winner and 40%
Yeah,
to
exactly.
the one
So
who doesn't win.
the second place finisher. Yeah, so he's gonna, that's not bad. That's not a bad day's work. So I'm sure he'll be using that money wisely, as you would do at 22 years old.
Have a big party.
I'm sure he'll probably be gathering a few friends together if he wins it. Obviously lives in Norway. There was some article today that I heard, that I saw about him. I don't know if this is pure rumours or nonsense. It could be about him moving to Monaco for tax reasons. He's earning so much money now. Why live in Norway where they pay lots of tax when you can live somewhere where you don't pay lots
and
of
gamble
tax?
it away.
Well, I think a lot of people do that, don't they? They go to places like Monaco, and now Magnus is making the serious bucks. That's something I saw. So who knows? Maybe Magnus will be a Monaco resident. Maybe he'll either have his own yacht, his own Bugatti, and
Remember we had that conversation about drifting away?
yeah.
I think you're being a drifter now.
I know, but you know these end games, they can take so many different courses.
It's true. I think Vishy is actually thinking about G5 here.
Well, I think that's a good attempt to try and
Do something.
right.
But it's very risky to play moves like G5, of course, until and unless in a desperate situation. It's tough to advise it.
Well, knight f5 check before looked like a sensible idea.
Yeah, now king d3 or king e4 and king e7.
Yeah, and just king e7. And how is white making lots of progress here? I know you can play g4, but that doesn't feel... that doesn't feel like the end of days.
Also, he could go knight h4, actually.
Or knight h4, yeah.
Just, to try to put some pressure on white's pawns. For example, king d4, you always have king d7.
Right. It's quite hard to get things going on the queen side, actually.
Right. G4 I'm not very fond of because you weaken a lot of squares.
So the question is, what else? Question from Fishy CC. Are you always happy when you predict the moves of the best players correctly? Of
I'm
course
very
we are.
happy.
Yeah, of course we are. It means that we're at least thinking
In the right
sometimes,
direction.
or we're on the right path.
And it's really not easy to talk and think at the same time. So it feels really good when you get it right.
Exactly. So yeah, it does feel good. It does. Feels even better when you find a better move than what they played. That's when. But of course, we make a lot of mistakes
Yes.
here, and in their games they can't afford to go through lots of variations.
They have one
and-
chance, one move.
and do everything like that. So it's a completely different game when you're sitting there at the board, and it's so much tougher.
Of course.
I mean, I can't emphasize how much more difficult it is sitting there grinding away for hours,
The pressure.
the pressure, just everything. And
And at that level, you know that you make one mistake, there's no coming back from it, I mean, a lot of times when we play tournaments, we of course don't make the best moves, and it's you can still somehow hope that your opponent's going to make a mistake as well. But for example, here, if one of them makes a mistake, it's very
it's
difficult.
normally, but
Magnus did miss knight c3.
Magnus missed a huge opportunity here. Queen g5, just a few moves ago, was an absolute stinker because of e5, forcing the knight back. Now this rook is in a pin, and he just had to play a move like knight c3, and with so many ideas and threats and everything happening, it looked almost impossible to defend. So he gave Vishy a real chance to stay in the game. And the position we have is the following. At the moment.
Lawrence, do you think Vishy's going to play g5 here?
It's a good question. Well, it's definitely... I don't think it's a bad move. But it is risky. But he has to play for a win.
So is that a yes?
It's a tough one. What a question. Is he going to play g5 or not?
Because it's very easy for Vishy to just play king e7 or knight f5 and it's a solid position and very close to a draw. Now g5 on the other hand is taking a lot of risk, but then the game could go either ways.
Okay, let me ask you. Do you think he's going to play g5?
Yes. I don't think it's the best move. Honestly, I do think that king e7 and knight f5 are probably better moves, but just looking at the situation, the mat situation, g5 would be interesting to have on the board.
Well, Vishy's biting his fingernails there. That he got a nice one. Is he nervous, do you think, at the moment? He always looks nervous, so I have to admit.
Okay, he's gone king e7.
Okay. He's gone king e7. Okay, no rush. Maybe he'll play g5, just not now.
I think white is going to go king d4 now.
King d4 right now.
No?
And if king d7?
I'm wondering if... Yeah, move like maybe knight g3. But then could you go g5 after that? No, maybe not. Yeah, now g5 maybe doesn't work.
I don't like knight g3. I don't see what that does.
My idea is just to stop you from playing knight f5 check, and I want to go b4, king c5 next. I'm just stopping knight e4, all your checks basically. Maybe
Knight g3.
Also, I could play knight e4 at some point myself.
And if I play g5 now?
Yeah, I was thinking fg5. What do you think about this endgame with knight e4?
Wow. It's a very interesting question. So you're saying that you can create...
One pass pawn on the king side and one on the queen side.
So...
Maybe king d6 with the idea to play f5? Because if you allow me to do that, it's going to be very difficult.
Very interesting pawn ending. Very risky for black.
Yes.
So g5. So you want to. Okay, but I don't have to take on e4, of course.
But then how do you defend your g5 pawn?
Well, that may be, and actually the king's coming in this way. So g5 is a bit risky. So.
Do you like knight g3 now?
I'm still not. It still feels a bit funny putting the knight there. I mean, why not knights?
I just didn't want to allow checks.
Oh, you just don't want knight f5 check.
And I want to maybe go king c5. My main idea is to try to get b4, b5 somehow, of course. I'm seeing now if you can play king c6.
Now b4.
Yeah.
But
it looks a bit dangerous for...
Yeah.
But how do I improve? Okay, supposing it's white's move here. Just trying to think what's my next move now. Because you've stopped me from playing king c5.
So let's say I play f6.
f6, don't I have knight h5? You're going to weaken your pawns like that.
But how are
Knight e8, yeah?
How are you getting in?
Let's see.
If you can get in, then this is going to be great for white.
But can I get a zugzwang here? Because your knight can't move, but maybe not, because you have g6 maybe next, yeah?
Right.
And you're pushing my knight out.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's hard. It's not trivial, is it, to win this position?
Right.
So this is the position as it stands.
So we've got a tweet. But before that, we also have a move.
We do have king d4 on the board, so... tweet. Would either of you fancy your chances if you had to play Magnus Carlsen in a one-off? Tanya. What do you think you would get in a one-off against Magnus Carlsen?
I would like to believe that I'm a fighter, so I'm not going to be scared. But to be honest, let's say if I play 10 blitz games with him,
Yeah.
right? Maybe 6-4.
Very modest. No, to answer your question, we both have absolutely no chance in a one-off game against him.
You should talk for yourself.
I'm talking very confidently for the both of us. Do Carlsen and Anand talk to each other after they play? Yes, they do.
They analyze all the time. They even talk during the press conference, and generally they have a lot of respect for each other, and they're very good friends. Besides this match and all other tournaments, we see them often having dinners together and talking a lot.
No, they've got a tremendous amount of respect for each other for what they've both done, and I think that will continue whatever the result of this match. So King d4 now on the board. Remember, the king is such an important piece in an endgame. It can be used as an attacking piece, so it's very important to centralize it a lot of the time,
Right.
and use it to help support the advance of the pawns.
So we have a move, and black went king d7.
Okay, so we're doing good so far. We've got all of this. So the question is, will Carlsen play your knight g3? Possibly. Possibly. It's not.
Even knight c3 is a possibility because knight f5 check does not.
But it might be a bit irritating, this knight f5 check. What about g4 to stop knight f5 check? That's also
But the point is that after g4, every time you play king c5, there's also knight e4 check, and then knight f2, and you have to be careful with advancing your pawns, you know?
okay, but I'm not going to play king c5.
Okay.
I'm just going to gain space and try and squeeze you. We have a tweet. Hi Tanya, why are you wearing a sari today? Is it a kind of celebration or is it just for yourself?
It's definitely not a celebration, but I think saris are nice. I like them, so I don't know. This is a very awkward question. I'd go with myself if I had these two options.
Well, there might be some celebrations tonight if Carlsen draws or wins this game. But g4...
I think either ways, people are going to...
And
He's gone king c5.
wow, he's just gone in with this king. Look at this. This is amazing stuff by Magnus. No fear at all. Just wants to walk in to the camp and what's Vishy going to do about it? Is he a bit worried? Oh, I see. There's another idea that White has. Another idea is, for example, let me play a silly move for black. Okay.
What about knight d4? Okay, knight d4 check. He's gone king c7.
Yeah, I mean
So
that.
just stopping king b6.
But now I want to. So if I play now your knight c3 or knight g3, and I've just got the simple idea.
Yeah, but I can attack your king side pawns because now you've moved both your pieces to the queen side. So something like maybe knight f5 here.
So let me try. What was the other one? Knight g3. Let's try this one.
Okay.
And I'm not sure I liked king c7 actually. I'm not sure. Now Carlsen's hand is hovering.
Over the knight.
He's going to move that knight, and he's going to move it to
c3.
Well,
So if black does go knight f5 here. Can you just continue with b4, b5?
And if knight e3, you're just going to go g4, are you?
Or g3? So that knight f1, I've got knight e2?
Yeah, I can't really see you winning these
Or
pawns.
even g4, yeah.
So knight c3. So Carlsen has now made move 40.
He wants to go b4, b5, that's his plan.
He wants to make use of his extra pawn on the queen's side. I'm not sure how far that actually gets him, of course.
No, the idea is to create a pass pawn here, deflect black's king, and enter with your own king to the to the king's side, and win the pawns there. I mean, that's the plan, right? Of creating a passer.
Maybe there's another idea that after knight f5, he wants to play knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you hop in, I might
Yeah.
take the chance to...
But you have to be careful because I just take on g2.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
your
sh-
f4 pawn. This is
I'm not sure exactly when, but let's say...
g3 or what?
Well, g3, knight f1 concerns me. But then maybe we can just go g4. And the centralized knight, it's coming into d6. And actually, I win a pawn by force in some variations there. Now, it's actually a really nice idea. So knight e4, knight e3, g3. And the knight is very far away from checking this king.
So Vishy has gone knight f5, in fact. And now if we have to see if Magnus goes knight e4 or b4. These are the two
Yeah.
common,
I think
obvious
I
options.
think knight e4.
You like knight e4, yeah?
I think so because...
But what if after knight e4 I was to go knight h4 instead of knight e3?
Okay, but now I can just go g3.
Knight
And-
f5,
Okay, but
g4.
then we're in the same position almost.
Yeah, no, I have to attack your f4 pawn, so... Yeah, I go knight e3, you go knight d6.
And you want to play knight g2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
Well,
you also have f5 here.
right. I mean,
But
It's-
even then, I could play... I mean, I could just take ef5
yeah, and knight f4.
and knight f4.
With a... Well, hold on
Yeah.
a second.
So, oh,
Hold on a second. I win a pawn. Whether it's enough or not is another question.
no, but it's something for sure.
So all of these lines are
Let's
going...
go back a couple of
So
years.
knight f5. So this is the current position. Question from somebody. What realistic...
Nitin Johari, that's definitely Indian.
Nitin Johari.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, Nitin Johari. So I couldn't see your name on the screen. What realistic chances does Anand have of winning from here on? Well,
Should we be completely honest?
we have to be honest. We're the
That's true.
commentators. So Tanya, with your vow of honesty, please, what do you rate his chances of winning this position are?
I mean, theoretically, it's always possible to win it, but practically, I don't think the chances are very high.
What percentage would you give?
You really want to put me in a spot?
No, I'm just curious because
No, this is in all probability going to end in a draw 99%. And the 1%,
99%.
and the 1% that is there, I would say white has the advantage.
Wow, I wouldn't say 99% draw.
What would you say?
I would say this position would end in a draw 3 out of 4 times, and
Okay.
then
The
one
fourth
win,
time?
probably a white win.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can't imagine Vishy. No, sorry, I'll say. Anyway, basically, it's very tough to win this
Right,
position.
black.
But of course, white can always blunder. This is the thing.
Yeah, that's...
White can
True.
always blunder in this position. But 94 feels like a good try to me. I think.
So knight e4, in fact, I just saw Magnus's hand hover around the knight again. I think he might actually go knight e4. So knight e4, let's have a look at knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
And you were going g3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you have a really nice threat of playing knight d6, and your idea is knight e8 check and attacking my f7 pawn. So how do I play against it?
You can try, and this looks odd, but what happens if you try f5 here?
Can you go knight d6 anywhere?
Yeah, and now just try and win. Can you win a pawn?
What about g5 now? Is g5 a possibility?
Well, if you play g5, then
Also, in knight pawn endings, one has to remember that giving an outside pass pawn, for example, here it would be after fg, hg, is very, very dangerous. You have to be really careful before you do that, because the knight is not a very good defender against this pawn. Okay, but just let's have a look.
so you want me to take this off, do you?
Yeah, I mean, you can also try knight f7 in that position.
Ah, knight f7.
But I don't know, because I take gf4, h5, knight
Well, I've also,
g5.
yeah.
Yeah, that looks good.
You
also.
want to go knight f7 here?
No, I wanted to go knight f7 before fg5. Actually.
Oh, I see. So you want to go knight f7 here.
Can I?
So if I take here
Yeah, you take.
and here,
Yeah, now right, and I could be in trouble with defending my h pawn. So maybe it makes more sense to play fg. Yeah, fg here.
mm-hmm.
hg. So I want to try h4 now, just to see this idea we were talking
Alright.
about.
Okay. So now I have two protected pass pawns,
Yeah.
but you have a passed h pawn. So if I play f4, you want to go
Okay,
h5.
h5.
But I think you're a bit. I'm
Right.
quite quick.
Knight e4. Knight g4. So now I want to come back and win your pawn. So king d4.
Oh, it's getting very tricky. It's getting very, very tricky.
Just to illustrate that point we were talking about, for example, if black goes f2 in these positions, I think white can take knight f2 and h6. And black's knight is, I mean, knights generally against the h or a pawn find it very difficult to.
So maybe
Defend it.
f5 is risky.
No, but of course after knight d6 you don't have to play g5.
Right, of course.
But then what if not g5? Can you go something like knight f1 now?
And then g4. You've also got
So
this
you-
pesky knight. This might be a pesky move in some variations as well, to win this guy.
Yeah, but for example, if knight d2 here, you can just take on f5. But I was thinking if I can take ef5 here. Yeah, sorry, fg4 here. And knight d2 now.
So I suppose we give a check, and we can.
King b6.
Yeah.
No, this can be dangerous for black.
But this knight's a bit offside.
So
I'm
king
f-
d6?
Mm,
What's your move next? See?
No, it's not easy. I mean, I want to get as many pawns off, I suppose, as black here. But
An interesting idea could be to play c5, c6 and win the a6 pawn.
yeah, it's a bit tricky. No, I don't think. I don't think this is trivial at all. So the current position is as sorry, this is the current position. Of course, we're analysing 10 moves ahead, but this is exactly what they are doing as well. And I think all three results are still possible. So we're going to be changing again with
Right.
Susan and Ramesh.
A very interesting endgame.
Both very experienced endgame players themselves, and I'm sure they'll be able to go through some of these variations. And there are some really interesting positions here. So, over to Ramesh and Susan.
And welcome. This is Susan Polgar with Grandmaster Ramesh. We're back. We thought we may not be back, but they are both fighting it out. Anand is trying to give his all and give it a chance to still fight back, although he didn't really have a realistic chance, I think, given the positions that were reached. In fact, Magnus, I think, missed some good opportunities to increase his advantage earlier in the game. So right now, we just had a move. Magnus moved his knight to e4, to the middle of the board, which is a good move.
Which looks like a good move too. Now it's about trying to convert the queenside majority and to create a pass pawn over there. At the same time,
and Anand is getting another drink. Magnus just stood up, went to his resting area. I guess he takes his drinks himself. He's usually not getting the hotel staff bring it for him. We are at move 41. So that means we reached the first time control. This is the beginning of the second time control, which means you can already see that the extra hour has been added to both players' time on the clock. They have to make the next 20 moves, 19 only left for Magnus and 20 for Anand, with the remaining time that they have on the clock. And then if the game goes up to move 60, then they would get an additional 15 minutes each for the rest of the game. So right now the knight is beautifully centralized for white. Also the white king is more active than black's.
And he has a queenside majority.
Yes, he does.
And the knight and pawn endings are almost similar to king and pawn end games.
Right. So therefore white has a small advantage here at least, given the activity of his king.
Yeah, probably without the knights on the board, the white's advantage is very significant. Because of the active king and the queenside majority, and probably the same applies to with the knights on the board as well.
So black probably needs to try to target the white pawns on the king's side that are kind of by themselves, because the white king is all the way on the other side of the board. So the first move I would be looking at is knight e3.
Yeah, otherwise probably white is already threatening to play g4. And when the knight moves to e3 or h4,
then
to play knight d6.
And let's show that to our viewers. It's kind of hard to make a waiting move in this position, but okay. So for example, and then knight to d6, attacking black's pawn. It's important to know when then there is a pawn chain, it's usually most efficient to attack the base of that chain, as we have seen here with the f7 pawn. So right now it is Viswanathan thinking. It's the beginning of the second time control. Is the beginning of the fifth hour? No, fourth hour.
I think fourth hour now.
Fourth hour.
Yeah.
Of the game, beginning of the fourth hour of the game. Many expected the game and much earlier, but obviously the two players have a different idea about it.
Yeah, even Carlsen cannot offer a draw because when the other side is desperate for a win, it's not
it's
the right thing to
impolite
offer a draw. And
at least
I don't think Anand would offer a draw because it's in a situation
that means
where
giving over the title.
Yeah, giving over the title.
Yeah. So we would expect the game end either by one side winning, obviously, or otherwise repeating moves, as we've seen in a number of the other games that ended in a draw. Or alternatively, they're having insufficient winning material or a so-called dead drone position on the board that it would be so obvious that
maybe one of the moves which black can consider is try to push h4, h5, h4, and then try to get knight to e3 and target the pawns. I think for g4, h5, maybe.
The drawback of h5 is it weakens the g5 square, so the white knight may
Yeah.
jump there right away, attacking black's pawn on f7. And the f7 pawn cannot be advanced. Let's show that on our analysis board. And if now f6, that the problem is the e6 pawn is hanging. So that's the drawback of the move. But let's also show your idea that, for example, if white ignores it and plays b4, your idea is to play h4, and then the black knight could come to attack the pawn and create some difficulties there for white.
Yeah. And then moves like knight e3.
Right.
I'm
And
not
now
really-
let's say
If
G,
knight f7,
then
then-
takes, and white cannot protect the f4 pawn. So there are still some nuances that both players need to pay
and,
attention
there
to
is
here.
a funny mating idea. Okay, this is just for education's sake.
That's beautiful and incredibly creative as well. And that's why when we say that the match is not over until it's over, the game is not over until it's over, this is exactly the demonstration of it. And it's
Mhm.
not that far-fetched.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's highly unlikely that Magnus would fall for something like that. But
It just shows some possibilities.
Yeah, it's really not over
we need
because
to keep hope even in worse positions.
we've seen tremendous blunders before in chess. I remember probably the most glaring one was when Vladimir Kramnik, also a former world champion, played actually one of the computers in the
Mhm.
match. And he missed the
And
checkmate
made
in
in
one,
one, yeah.
literally. And so, it's very, very rarely, but
Mhm.
theoretically it can still happen. And it did happen in the past. So,
And, white's threat of playing g4 and knight d6 seems to be very serious.
yeah, so actually Anand needs to be a bit careful and make some good defensive moves.
And so, sir, now why we consider that the knight pawn endgames are very similar to king and pawn endings? Is there some special reason? Because
That's a
the
good
knight cannot
question.
lose the tempo.
Probably that's the reason indeed,
Mm.
that while the bishops or rooks you can maneuver and kind of in certain situations when you wish it wouldn't be your move, you can give that obligation to move to the opponent, and the knight indeed cannot do that. I think that's indeed the reason.
Yeah, I think any piece other than the knight can get the same position and give the move to the opponent. And the way to do it is probably to
Triangle
get the
in
same
some
piece.
cases.
Yeah, get the same piece to the same square on the third move.
That's right.
By doing that, we can
But the
hand over
knights
the move to
cannot
the
do that.
On the third move, the knight cannot come back to the same square. I
Right.
think that's the main reason why knight pawn endings are very similar to king and pawn end games.
That's a very good point. So right now it is Anand to move. He has plenty of time to think.
Yeah, every move seems to have their own drawbacks. He doesn't seem to have many useful moves because the knight is controlling the d6 square, preventing white knight from jumping to d6 square.
What do you think of black playing f6,
F6? Yeah,
and kind of
F6 probably.
anticipating that white knight coming
Mm.
to d6, so when the knight gets
Yeah,
to
so
d6 it
probably
won't be attacking the pawn.
Probably g4.
g4, knight back, and then still knight d6 probably, with the threat of then going to e8, checking the black king as well as attacking the pawn on g7.
Yeah, white's position is more active, but probably he needs to do that anyway. And white has many useful moves. He could advance his queenside pawns with b4, b5, and already that would put a lot of pressure on black. I think it's becoming increasingly
More
difficult for black.
Yes. And in fact, the issue is, will black even be able to hold the game?
Mhm.
Black even needs to think about that at this point.
Yeah, does any good knight and pawn endings come to your mind? Do you have any instructive games for our viewers? I think one of the games I like is Fischer Saidi Fischer. It's a beautiful knight and pawn end game.
There are, I think, quite many,
Yeah.
but it's hard to show things, obviously, or talk about things without showing it on the board. But one very important one to know is, for example, when the king is in the corner and the pawn that's about to get promoted is blocking the king in the corner, and the black king is kind of cornering in the white king, and then the side that with the extra pawn has also an extra knight. And that's a typical example how the knight cannot give over that move to the opponent and cannot lose a tempo, so to say. And then it's really important on what color the knight is compared to the enemy king, and depending on that, the position is a draw or a win. So anyway, getting back to our game, both players are back to the board. Magnus is in a relaxed mode with crossing his legs over. Anand is, as usual, not terribly expressive, although he's chewing his finger, which may not be a good sign for him.
Yeah, a few years back when I met Vishy, I asked him which piece you prefer to play with more, and he said knights.
Oh, really?
He likes to play with the knights. Yeah, because they
That's
can
actually
jump.
is perceived as a typical Asian trait, and I know
Fischer
especially
preferred bishops.
bishops, yes. But for Asian players, especially Chinese players, I know the background of that is that they grew up playing Chinese chess. Many of today's grandmasters started out as playing the Chinese form of chess, which is different in many ways from our current regular Western chess. And there, the knight has a whole lot bigger dominance in the game and importance in the game. So I think when they switch over to Western chess, then they carry over some of those preferences and skills that they learned through Chinese chess. I don't know if the Chaturung that we talked about a few days ago, does that have any
No, to be honest, I don't have much idea about the exact way Chaturanga was played in the past. But most of my generation players, we grew up studying Fischer's games, and we also prefer bishops over knights.
Well, in most positions in chess, bishops are to be a bit favored, but again, it depends on the type of position, and we're not talking about a position like this one where it's knight versus knight, but obviously the issue is when it's knight versus bishop, which one you prefer, and it really depends largely on the type of position. Usually if it's an open type of position, you do prefer bishops. If it's a closed type of position of the pawn structure, then you prefer knights. That's
and
the
also
rule
it's
of
interesting if when there are no central pawns, the E and D pawns, probably, and there are pawns on both sides of the board, I think bishop could be slightly preferable than the knights. With central pawns, the bishop's movements could be restricted.
Yes, and indeed the reason why and when the bishops are superior to knights is because the bishop, when there are action on both sides of the board, there are pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop can very quickly swing over from one end to the board to the other, while the knight, it can jump from white to black and black to white, but on the other hand, it's a very slow piece. So that's how kind of they differentiate.
We have a question from Amit BT. Nowadays, who will be capable to challenge Magnus?
Well, of course, let's not count Vishy out. He may be back. He is in the candidates, assuming that he's losing his title over this weekend. He will be back in the candidates, and he may be back as a challenger. That's for one. But beyond the Vishy, of course, there are some others like Kramnik or
Fabiano.
I'm not sure if Fabiano is in the
candidates.
No,
but in the long run. I think in the long run, he has been increasing his rating quite steadily.
Obviously, he is one of the future challengers. So is Hikaru Nakamura. But in the upcoming one, Aronyan, of course, is world's number 2 player. So that will be certainly a very interesting match to see. Aronyan is a true professional and very motivated still. And still relatively young. He is in his very late 20s, I think, close to 30. But he's definitely, I think, is a candidate to challenge the next world champion.
I think Black is having very little useful moves. Maybe F6, or he has to work out that variation with H5, which looks risky but needs good calculation.
So how did it work out, the line we briefly talked about with knight e3, going after white's pawn immediately? Maybe that's still the way to go. I think black needs to probably go there to attack the pawn on g2, not to leave white the option to chase the knight away and then immediately play knight d6.
Yeah, probably one of the reasons is after g3, if knight f1, g4, the knight e4 is also preventing the black knight to come and create problems for the white king.
Right.
Yeah, that's one of the ideas behind knight e4.
So knight e3, your idea is to push the pawn only one square up
Yeah,
and
that's
not two.
Yeah, if g4, maybe we need to worry about
The knight
G2,
going to g2 attacking the pawn on f4, whereas when the pawn goes only to g3, then the pawn is in a protected square by the knight. So that's the big difference between
and
the two.
we already have this plan of advancing the queen side pass pawns. So black has to show something very concrete here. In many cases, if even if black manages to get f5 and g5, which was possible sometime back, after fg5, h5, g3, h4, white could create an outside pass pawn. That could be very dangerous.
I think really that it is black who needs to worry about making a draw here, and he really has to forget about winning unless a blunder happens. But for the moment, I think black needs to solve the problems that he's facing.
Yeah, that time difference is just 7 minutes as of now.
Yeah, time is not going to be an issue. And it was kind of interesting that throughout the entire match, it was very few moments in the entire match that time played any significant role. Although yesterday it perhaps did to some degree, because when Anand blundered with blocking the check with the wrong piece, he had pretty little time, quite little time at that point. He had maybe 10 minutes or so left to make maybe 12, 13 moves. So it's a minor
but
time
even in
pressure.
the game, sixth game, I think, where he played rook a4.
In the event there, yes.
Probably he did not have much time.
And it's very untypical for Anand that he would get into time pressure. In fact, in his earlier days, younger days, he was very much known to be the speedy.
He was known as the lightning kid in India.
Exactly, so...
But I think he lost a game against Kamsky on time in a match. I think after the match, but though he went on to win the match, I think after the match, Kamsky stopped playing chess for 10 years. He went to US and...
Yeah, well, he moved to the US many years earlier, but he decided to go to college.
I think that was just after the match against Anand.
He retired actually after his match with Karpov, I think.
Karpov, okay.
In 96 or so. And because we kind of retired at the same time, so that's why I kind of remember it. And we came back temporarily also, for me temporarily at the same time, around 2003, 2004. And Gata continues to play ever since, although he announced...
It's amazing. After 10 years, he has come back and he's still...
Yeah,
still in
the
player.
elite.
Very tenacious player.
And he is another one actually who excelled in a way in a similar style to Magnus. That he did never put a big emphasis on openings, and he would also play games out till the bitter end in a very similar style, long games, and also from
fantastic in defense as well.
Yes, and from a very young age, and I know Gata quite well from his teenage years. He used to like endgames a lot, so it was a lot of similarities, in fact, with Magnus. In fact, if I think further about it, I'm started to think that if I want to compare Magnus's style to somebody from any other grandmaster that I know, maybe Gata is the closest one in style.
Yeah, but sometimes Gata gets into passive positions early on because of
the opening.
Because of his opening choices.
Right.
Fantastic player.
Absolutely, and that's one of the beautiful things about chess, that there are just so many
good players,
heroes, so many beautiful games, so many beautiful combinations in chess, and people can pick their own heroes because there are just such a wide choice, if you like really wild, complicated games, you can enjoy from Mikhail Tal to Garry Kasparov or Shirov or some of the younger players as well, like Hikaru Nakamura is also a very uncompromising player.
Even Emil Sotowski is very creative.
Yeah, there are even from the somewhat lower rated players, yes, plenty of creative players, or if you prefer the positional mastery, you can start all the way going back from Rubinstein through Capablanca and Botvinnik and Smyslov and Karpov and Kramnik. And what I think interesting about Magnus Carlsen is that he is one of the best, if not the best, endgame players, positional players. He's an amazing defending player. He's very good at attacking as well. His style is just so universal. I think that's what makes him so special, that he doesn't mind playing any type of positions. And in fact, I think his strength is that he manages to pull his opponents into the type of positions that they are uncomfortable with. While the good
for
news
that, we need to be good at all those kind of positions.
But for
as
him, it doesn't matter that much because he's so good at all types of positions. And Vishy Anand, the reigning champion, is still thinking over his next move. He has plenty of time on the clock. He needs to find a defensive resource against the threat, which is white pushing up the g-pawn by 2 squares, attacking the black knight, chasing it away from the defense of the d6 square, from where the white knight then could attack the black pawns. And I know many people are asking me in interviews about the future of Indian chess after this match. Tell us a bit about some of the young talented players that India has today. Who are the biggest promises from the young generation?
Yeah, we have many grandmasters now. Every year we are getting 2 or 3 grandmasters, and there are many talents. For example, Parimarjan Negi, he became a grandmaster I think when he was 14. It's one of the youngest grandmasters when he became, and he's has been improving his rating quite steadily. And we have Hari Krishna, of course. He's a fantastic endgame player.
And Sashi
Kiran. Unfortunately, he has dropped down below 2700 rating in the last few lists, but he went up to 2720, so which is a very good inspiration for the next generation of players. And
so I understand that, I know they are around in a pretty high level, like
for quite some time.
Sashi Kiran and Hari Krishna. And any even younger, much younger players,
like much
in
younger. We have Arvind Chidambaram, who is just 14, and in the last 3 rounds, the Chennai Open, which is going on along this match, he has beaten 3 grandmasters in a row.
He won the last round as well?
No, today is the 10th round, he bet another grandmaster today.
Another one?
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
So that's 3 in a row against the grandmasters. And
so what's his performance rating, like 2800 or something?
Very, very close. Yesterday
and we do have a move, the move we were anticipating indeed, the knight moving to e3, attacking the white pawn on g2. And we were looking earlier at the white pawn moving only 1 square up, not 2, and more drinks coming or going for Anand.
We have g3 on the board.
And g3 already is made on the board without any thought. I guess
there are 2 ideas now. One is to win the pawn with knight d6.
Knight d6, yes.
And the other is to just advance the queenside pawns
with b4.
Yeah, before and try to create a pass pawn. Yeah, an outside pass pawn would be very deadly in such situations. And one of the interesting facts about playing with the knights, we need to remember that a knight plays very poorly against rook pawn. In case of a rook pass pawn, the knight really struggles against it.
Right.
Yeah, so
that's a tremendous result for the young 14-year-old. What's his name again, for everybody to remember?
Yeah, it is Arvind Chidambaram. And he's just 14 and he's having a half-point lead in the tournament. And probably a draw would make him the champion So
That's fantastic.
almost 2-8 performance at the age of 14.
And as we mentioned the other day,
And he
he
has a
played
very similar
Magnus already
yeah, and
in a
he drew with
simul.
him in a simul. In a simul,
And he drew
with
him, and that's fantastic. And we have yet another move on the
F5.
board, F5, a very committal move, because now the E6 pawn kind of cannot move easily forward for black, attacking the knight. So now it's going to be very concrete. The white knight needs to move, most likely to D6. That's the
even a knight D2
ambitious
doesn't seem
move.
bad because it seems to control the
F1
knight
square.
F1 square. At the same time, he's threatening knight F3, knight D4.
So those are, let's say, the two candidate moves.
Yeah,
So
knight D2 and knight D6.
in the meantime, let's first always look at the more
Active.
aggressive, more active move.
Yeah.
And that would be moving the knight all the way to D6
And
with the idea to
of,
then check on the next move on E8 to win the pawn on G7.
Yeah,
and
now black would have a choice of either G5 or going after white's pawn with.
so let's first check which one. Knight F1 first.
Okay.
What happens if the knight moves to F1 attacking the pawn? White can check on
Yeah, in
E8.
case of check,
and
you
then
could,
King D7, white captures, and knight captures.
yeah,
Now
and
there
the
are a
knight-
couple things to notice. The knight has nowhere to go. However, the white king may just go after the black pawns, giving up that knight, even though that knight is kind of trapped, the white knight.
yeah,
But white will ignore that, I think, give up the knight and go after
Yeah.
black's pawns, and then try to promote his own pawn. Could just take and then promote the A pawn. Looks very, very dangerous for black. So after knight D6, your other suggestion was to play G5, maybe a better option.
yeah. So in case we try to create a pass pawn, outside pass pawn, which is always dangerous in endgames.
And then, of course,
Then,
black also
black
finally got a
also
pass
gets a
pawn
pass
and
pawn. And I think this variation
decent
Lawrence
counter
and,
chances.
yeah,
And we
Tanya
have a question.
So I think he must be wondering about knight D2 and knight D6.
Right, knight D2 is the safer, knight D6 is the more ambitious move.
Ambitious, yeah. Okay, how do you rate the chances of Anand to win the candidates tournament to challenge Carlsen again? Yeah, first we still have a match going on. Okay, we are really speculating here about what could happen if Anand goes to candidates. I think we may see a different Anand, probably
More relaxed, less
yeah.
tension.
Yeah.
And I remember when he won in Mexico
Mhm.
City in 2007, I was also doing commentary there. And he was just very impressive there, I have to say. And I wouldn't be shocked if he would be managing to repeat that again, because he understands chess very, very well. He's very well prepared. Don't forget, many times in such type of matches, the preparation that goes into it for months and months and months can be used later at important events. And we've seen that many times, really, that
I think in that Mexico,
he's not able to use perhaps for sure all his preparation that he did for this match. So it can come him very handy actually when he plays the candidates next time, and that may give him actually a good chance.
Yeah, I think even in the Mexico match, he played he saved a very difficult position against Grischuk towards the very end of the tournament, and he was fantastic in defending worse positions.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very, very skillful player, and just because over this past...
And that was a rook and pawn game as well.
These past couple of weeks, he wasn't able to, at least so far, do his absolute best. It doesn't take away, first of all, from his legacy, nor of his future. Because I think it all comes down to how motivated he will be after this match to make a comeback. Some were suggesting that perhaps he will be motivated to show something for his young son, that so something that he could see firsthand and be proud of dad. So whatever the motivation that he may, inspiration that he may get, we may see him back. I think chess very much depends, or chess success very much depends on the motivation, on the inspiration, on the energy level that a player has. And of course, only he can tell what's next for Vishy Anand and how motivated he will be to come back. Well, one thing I know for sure, he is already back in the ring in couple of weeks. He's going to London for the London Classic.
Yeah.
Of course, that's just a rapid tournament, not classical time control, but nevertheless, he knew that it will be very close to this match, whether he'll win or lose, and he accepted the invitation. So it's certainly no indication of the fact that he would be retiring or anything like that. I think he definitely will be around and will be back in the ring, not just in London, but then in the upcoming candidates tournament as well.
Yeah, I think in case of knight d2, one probable idea is just to advance the queenside pawns before b5 after knight d2. It dominates the knight. Yeah, probably he has to consider g5. Probably that's the variation.
And let's show that possibility. So if let's say knight d2 and
the black knight seems completely dominated, and in these two squares he doesn't really seem to have any targets whatsoever. So probably he needs to advance his pawns, and in case of b4,
the idea is to take and knight g2, and now indeed that pawn is lost. So black has some counterplay there.
Yeah, so he needs to really work out this variation. I think
so. Both sides have passed pawns now, which always makes it interesting. It makes it a race. I have a feeling that it at least somewhat favors white.
Yeah, this is something Magnus has to try to calculate till the end.
Right.
In such races, it's possible to.
Although I have a feeling that even if he may not win, white pretty much has the draw in hand, even in those type of lines, because
the king is very active.
The white king is more active, and the white king is also closer, in fact, much closer to black's f pawn than the black king is to white's h pawn, and that's exactly when we're talking about an outside pass pawn. So therefore, I think white really is in no risk of actually losing even that pawn race. It's more of a question if he'll manage to win or it's only a draw.
Yeah, I think these are the kind of positions where one should really calculate and not just rely on intuition, because things are becoming more and more concrete.
That's right.
Yeah.
And in endgames, that's of course increasingly the case that you need to calculate as we get closer and closer to the end of the game. Less and less pieces on the board. Every move has a much higher value and importance, because there is no time to come back if you make a mistake. As we have seen in game 5 and 6, those were also long endgames that Anand made some last minute error to lose those games.
And I'm just wondering, is king d4 really an option
right now?
Just
and that's
funny variation.
Very good point, that whenever a piece is being attacked, don't automatically assume that you have to move that piece. Sometimes there are so-called intermediate moves, in this case to counter-attack against black's knight.
So if knight check,
then yet again we attack the knight.
This is a big threat.
Right. That's very interesting. But there is also knight to f1, knight c5.
If the king comes here,
then that pawn is hanging. Very interesting. So indeed, Magnus may be calculating between those three options, not just two, moving the knight away. King d4.
Okay, that's why I feel before we start calculating variations, we need to make a list of moves which we need to consider.
Exactly, and we call those the candidate moves.
Yeah, and I normally tell my students to not just see the quiet candidate moves, even in quiet positions. Have two quiet candidate moves and at least one crazy idea. At least, even if it looks stupid at first instance, to just make sure we don't miss any tactical possibilities.
That's right. Now, after king d4, another option black may have is to capture the pawn on c4.
That looks very risky.
Not e4, not the knight.
I'm sorry.
The pawn on c4.
Yeah.
And then capture the knight. That may be
Mm-hmm.
a good alternative for black.
This is
Looks
the
drawish.
critical
Yeah.
position.
And now if the white captures the
No,
knight, then
again,
black captures
maybe
the
we
knight.
can go for some
Not capturing, yeah?
crazy action.
Right. Wow, all the pawns are
Disappearing.
literally all
Yeah, okay.
all black pawns on the king side and all white pawns on the other side. And after the white captures the h6, there was still a fork at the end with knight e4. So
Yeah, so probably he has
should
to play
still be a
g4
draw.
first.
Yes.
Probably at the end he needs to play g4. In case of so we also have to consider king e3. Yeah, there are many places where both white and black can improve the play.
Right.
But this is something which could be considered. At
So
least not
Magnus
dismissed
has
first time.
plenty of time on the clock.
Mm.
He's literally possibly moves away from becoming the next world champion, but he still needs to make those moves, make sure not to blunder.
Mhm.
He seems very calm. It's remarkable how calm he is, given how close he is to such a big accomplishment in his career. But
Yeah, how would be the pawn on game after knight c4? That looks very interesting as well. After king d4, knight
king d4,
c4.
pawn takes knight, king takes pawn, king d6, king d4. Interesting endgame.
Yeah.
Equal number of pawns, white king being somewhat more active.
Yeah, black is probably running out of useful pawn moves here. And this could be a big mistake.
Yeah.
An outside
Yeah.
pass pawn would be really dangerous for black. And a passive defense like this, I think at the right time white should try to play f5, and when the king goes to f7 maybe put h4,
But it still
h5.
may be a draw.
Mhm.
I think it still may be a draw. I'm not sure.
No, but with such an active king, let's say g4, because if king d7, maybe this is the right time to go after that.
And king e7.
Yeah, then I think this is becoming very dangerous.
And almost he made a move, but not quite. It's a big decision.
Yeah.
King d4 especially, it's a huge decision.
Yes.
Knight d6, knight d2. So there are 3 candidate moves we're looking at. It will be interesting to see which one will Magnus choose. He already spent at least 5 minutes, maybe more,
Mhm.
I think, on the clock, and he's holding his head with his hand.
Probably we need to consider king c4 as well. Again, this is not breaking the king side, but
Right, and
The
then
key
white has
question
a
is-
superior pawn structure.
yeah, and a better king. So we
Yes.
just have to see where the pawn is better on c4 or b3.
Right.
With c4 we have sometimes, with an advanced king, we can try to push c5, c6
Right.
and take the king to b6 and win the a pawn.
Actually, if we go back to that line with king d4 and knight takes pawn and pawn takes the knight, I think that may not be very good, because after pawn takes knight, king takes, black can play b6
Yeah.
and
yeah.
create an outside
course.
passed
Yeah,
pawn,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then black can be
Black can be
better.
better.
So you can just
Yeah,
never
yeah.
ever
Yeah,
count the
just-
game out until it's over, because this is, for example, an example where
Yeah.
all of a
pawn is
sudden
deadly.
Anand would be back in the game. Not only back in the game, back in the match. So probably this king d4 idea may not be so good unless we take back with the king on c4, but then definitely I think not more than a Most likely
Symbolic
not more than a
advantage, yeah.
draw. Interesting which way he'll go. What's your guess?
I think knight d2 g5. that
He'll
is
go for the
very
knight d2,
critical.
you think?
I'm not sure. I think it's very difficult without calculating to take such decision.
That's
I just
true.
have to rely on intuition, instincts.
That's right.
Yeah. But it's very dangerous in such concrete positions. Like it's easy to miss moves like b6,
Right.
unless
So
we
let's
really focus and concentrate.
right.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the importance of the teams, because
Mhm.
of course both players are not here alone. We know that Viswanathan, he revealed who his helpers are,
Yeah.
and
Sashi Kiran
the
is
Indian
from Chennai,
grandmaster.
Indian
from
grandmaster.
Chennai.
is from
Okay.
Chennai as well, and Sandeepan Chanda is from Kolkata, and both the players are known for their fighting skills. Like I remember once in I think in one Olympiad, Sashi Kiran had 2 knights, and Topalov, who was I think very close to 2800, he had just a king. And Topalov offered a draw, and Sashi refused. And they played for 50 moves, and then agreed for a draw
knights
with just 2 knights,
and no pawns.
no pawns.
You're kidding me. Wow.
And Sashi Kiran really has
I
this
never heard
attitude that
something
he
like that.
never agrees for a draw.
Well, that's
Uh,
certainly very attractive for tournament organizers
Mm.
that want to see,
Yeah,
uncompromising
but, he can
games.
very easily cross the limits, so to say.
yeah, that's a little over pushing it.
Yeah. And Sandeepan has a similar style as well, and he is very creative in his openings, and he comes up with wild ideas. So I was really surprised that maybe Anand did not go for opening like Trompowski, because
Right.
he's the kind of player who can suggest such
Suggest.
ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
he
of
always
course,
try to think different from how others
but the
approach the
player
game.
himself has to be comfortable
Yes.
with the ideas, because he's the one that will have to continue after the opening and into
Yeah.
the middle game. And if he's not comfortable, of course, it's understandable that he
Yeah,
cannot
I
play
think,
his coach's or second style.
Mm.
He has to
And
play in his
Sashi Kiran
own
also has
comfort.
good technique. He's typical. I know his way of preparation when he was young, and he basically followed the popular Soviet method of preparation, which is to study endgames and classics first, not rely too much on opening preparation when the player is young.
Mhm.
And I remember Sashi Kiran used to open with b3 in
B3, wow,
many
that's
big
unusual.
tournaments, and he used to play like London system, Cole system, just to get out of theory. And he has studied all the classics, and he used to prepare with another grandmaster, Sundaraj and Kidambi, from his young age. They both are same age, and these two are very strong in games. And Kidambi has a phenomenal memory. If you give a position like this, he would say, okay, Botvinnik, Capablanca, 1945, something like this. You would immediately come up with some statistics. He had
So in addition to the 2 Indian grandmasters,
we also
you
have
mentioned who
Polish
else?
Wojtasek.
Wostaszek.
Okay, maybe I'm not pronouncing it the proper way. Forgive me for that. And he has been a good revelation. At the time, the first match, I think when Anand chose Wojtasek as a second, we did not know who he was, and we were really surprised. But he seems to have done a good job, and he seems to be a very Karpovish kind of player.
Right.
And the other one is Peter Liko.
The
That was a-
Hungarian.
I was expecting
grandmaster.
Kramnik, because Kramnik has phenomenal endgame skills himself, and that would have been a useful.
It's interesting though that the 4 grandmasters that you just mentioned, we knew that they are all here, but I think nobody saw any of them as of yet in the past 2 weeks. So they are kind of in hiding. And of course, Magnus Carlsen also has his own team, and it's also very secretive who his seconds are. He did not
Hopefully he will
reveal.
reveal,
He
after
did
the
not
match.
reveal
Yeah.
before the match. So I think that will be one of the first questions that will be asked when the match
It
ends.
was already asked, I think, in the last game before the last one, and he did not.
He still didn't want to reveal
want
that,
to reveal.
indeed. But I think it's important also to recognize the rest of his team and his father, of course, Hendrik, and his manager, Espen, and his sister Ellen, who was his first challenge when it came to chess, was here almost throughout the entire match. She just left a couple days ago. And a bunch of other Norwegian supporters of his from his childhood. I know former coaches were here. He's one of his main coaches in the past. Simon Agdestein arrived just a couple days ago. And there are, I think, maybe couple dozen of Norwegian journalists, photographers.
I heard the number was close to 50.
That many?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't realize that.
Right from the beginning of the match.
50?
Yeah.
That's incredible. And I have heard that indeed there has been a complete chess craze going on in Norway right now for the past couple of weeks, and I assume the upcoming weeks as well. It's just tremendous how really, while chess wasn't that huge in Norway until now, overnight it became.
Yeah, I think we have had World Championship contenders and World Champions from Europe, and now Asia. Anand has increased the popularity, and we probably need one from the USA, United States.
Yeah, that since Bobby Fischer, there wasn't any. And in fact, Magnus will be, I think, the second Western player since Bobby Fischer. So we have a move. He meant knight d6. So he went for the most ambitious looking of the three moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now g5 is an option, or
that's the most logical option.
Or maybe g6
to get out of the threat of knight
if
e8.
Black does not want white to have a pass pawn on h file, maybe you should go for g6.
But if g6, can white go knight f7? And let's make those moves so people can follow it who are not so familiar with the algebraic notation. Knight f7 attacking the pawn on the h file, then black can also counterattack. And if we take, black takes. And then again, black has some chances. The white knight is a bit misplaced, and the f4 pawn is hard to protect. So let's go back to the game position and see what else. So g6 may be a smart way to defend against the threat.
And then we should consider...
What else can white try? Maybe check.
b4 or...
What about the check and trying to get with the white king towards the black pawns? Knight e8 check here. And now where would the black king go?
Yeah, obviously he would prefer to play the knight here.
And now maybe knight g7.
Would this work?
Not immediately. I don't think there is a reason to sacrifice the knight immediately. Just play knight g7. Keep the knight on the board for the moment. And he played g5, not g6, but g5.
Yeah, now white has the option to create a pass pawn, outside pass pawn, but of course he gives black connected pass pawns in the center.
Right, so now white needs to make a big decision whether to trade and then push h4, or knight f7 immediately is a move, knight e8 check is a move.
Knight f7 probably he would go gf4, knight g2.
Black's idea right now is to take, and then go after the f4 pawn. Well, the good news is the game didn't end as quickly as some people predicted. It's a full fight. They are fighting it all out till the last, pulse in the game.
You know, there is some interesting variation like this.
And f4. Black's pass pawn is very fast. Pawn takes, and then the g pawn runs, but the knight can come back just on time. Knight g5 and the knight f3. So now white is a pawn up.
And with the
white h pawn running after that. So it's a tricky position. Probably white is but perhaps with correct play black can hold. And it
But I think
reminds
these
me.
positions are mostly either it is won or draw.
Right.
It's with the concrete analysis, I think it's possible to come to a clear conclusion.
Yes.
And
Yes.
It's not like we cannot call it unclear unless
Right.
we're not able to analyze it fully.
It's a matter of calculation. There are not even that many directions, maybe only 2-3 different directions that the players need to calculate. And Magnus, I think, is getting ready for his next move. It's interesting that in this match there has been and
Yeah,
here we have a move.
knight
Knight e8 check. So now we expect the black king to go to attack the knight.
Maybe he's just trying to repeat once. King d7, knight d6.
Well, that's
Or
an
maybe
option too. Well, the
he
king.
can no.
Yeah.
If king d7.
So does that actually force a draw?
Or he has to
Or
go
black
after
can
the
go
f
after
pawn.
the f pawn.
Yeah,
Yes.
but that could be really
Very
dangerous.
risky.
Very
Because the
risky.
white pawns are more advanced. The a5 pawn is more advanced.
Somehow I keep getting attracted to this idea. Maybe
and
we
giving
can,
the knight up
eventually
eventually.
something like this. Maybe already.
To play for a win, yeah?
Yeah, but
But
probably
e5 is
his
coming.
pawns can
Yeah,
be-
I think that's
yeah.
pushing it.
yeah, too far.
So your idea is after knight e8 and king attacks the knight and then just go back to d6, go after the b7 pawn, and there's not much that black can do.
Yeah.
And that would end the
Otherwise,
match. So just a few words about the match altogether. I know some people were asking that how would you kind of summarize the match, and it's really hard to summarize it in as one, but it had a kind of a bunch of stages, you know. The first two games seemed like they are feeling themselves each other out, kind